Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Yo, yo, yo. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. And how are you? It's great to see you all today. I appreciate you all joining me. It is Thursday for April 17th, guys. Easter's right around the corner. And that was quick. Good Lord, that was quick. Anyway, welcome back, all of y'all. Thank you so much for joining us today for the morning show. Mama Bear may be jumping in here shortly. I'm not 100% sure. She's got some appointments she's dealing with, but we may see her. Otherwise, you got me. Surprise. It is great to have you all back here. We got 24 beautiful peeps in the house, 14 likes. Let's see if we can make that match and see what is going on. The Menendez hearing, I do believe, has been rescheduled, folks, so that we're not going to be looking at that today, but there's plenty of other stuff around this crazy world to look into. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. Share this out, guys. Make sure to hit that like button, please and thank you, and let everybody know what we're doing out here. Come on in, grab a seat. Let's see. Miss Ida, a hoe named Ida's in the house. Miss Sassy Cassie, welcome back. Eddie's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Excuse me. Paula Fitzhenry, wonderful to have you here, Miss Paula. SR, beep, 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 beep. Great to see you. Kelly Coker, welcome back to you. Summer Thunder, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Rowena, always a pleasure. Of course, the lovely and amazing and infinite Miss Wisdom Speaks in the house. Captain Jenks, my brother, good to see you today, sir. Good to have you here. The lovely Miss Bonnie Bailey, my love, wonderful to see you. Wonderful to have you here. I hope you're having a great day today. Absolutely awesome to see you. Bemmy Rose, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Miss Denise, welcome back. Wonderful to see you. The Tomboy is in the house. Wonderful to see you, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us. All right. Let me see. Let me catch up over here. Mark Schumann, what's up, brother? Thank you for that input you gave me earlier. I do that all the time, and you helped me out, bro. Appreciate that very much. I'm always forgetting to flip the AM PM things when I load these in, so it is great to see you all today. 31 of you peeps in the house. God bless. Appreciate you all very much for being here. Let's see here what we got going on. All right. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I will catch up with you, I promise. The bird landed earlier. Thank you for that, Tomboy. Always appreciated. Moonlit Baby, welcome back. Great to see you today. It's wonderful to see you. Victoria and Angel 2024, welcome back. Warning, I'm keeping an eye on the Menendez hearing. It's not going to be live. No cameras allowed. They held lottery. Didn't they reschedule it, though, Victoria, till tomorrow or something, I think? They pushed the DA, pushed it back, I thought. Come on, ride this meatball. That's great, Cherry. I love it. And thank you to my Blue Crew. You guys are so amazing. I would not, could not, never, ever should not try to do this without you, because I absolutely would not be able to do it. You guys are amazing. Miss Kim with CLK Creations in the house again. Speaking of which, great to see you, ma'am. Guys, can we put Miss Kim's link out there? You guys got to check out her channel. All the stuff she's done for Easter and stuff is very cool. Very cool. She's got a great channel, guys, and so fun over there. Please go check her out. Jacob Monster 999, welcome. About the other, did the how did the Perp? No, nobody would enter the house during the crime. There were thousands. That's a great question. That's a really good question. As far as the Idaho 4, how did the person that did this not worry that anybody would come in the house unless they already knew? Great question, Jacob. And welcome, my friends. Wonderful to have you here. Stitches is in the house. Welcome, Stitches. Good to see you today. Not sure yet. Okay, thank you, Victoria. I appreciate it. Oh, really? Lottery seats, huh? Okay. So it's not going to be televised. That's interesting. I would have thought that it would have been. Yeah, that really was a great question, Jacob. Never thought of that before. Good morning, Miss Alicia. Thank you for joining us. Gene Romaine's in the house. Welcome back. Wonderful to see you. Let's see. Eddie, did you ask a question up here too? I'm trying to come backwards and see if I see it. I don't think I do. Maybe I missed that one. Maybe not. I don't see. Okay. 33 peeps in the house. 23 likes. You guys rock and roll. Thank you so much for that. Thank you guys for joining us last night. Miss Gina Reed's in the house. Welcome. At least you got me adding toaster strudel. I mean, I want one too now since I saw that. I want them to. I love those things. They're so bad for you, but they're so good. My wife is back here baking her. Well, she went to the store, but she's making her kolache rolls. Everybody put orders in. They want them done. She makes the best kolache roll in the state of Ohio. I swear to God, she does. I think if it was canceled, their lawyer would. Well, there was a whole thing put up about the district attorney pushing it back and delaying it that I read. So that's what I didn't know for a fact, Victoria. But I appreciate that. That's a good point. Unless he's there doing other stuff to get set for it for tomorrow or something. I don't know. If something were to pop up, though, of course I'm going to show it. But like she said, it's not being televised. That's crazy. Haven't. Did you really? I did not see that. I will have to look into that. Haven't had one yet. Had one? Oh, they're so good. Miss Charlotte's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Love Goldberg. Welcome. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Who said one of the victims were stabbed in the upper body, head, and who were they referring to? That I don't know. That's another good question, Love. I've never heard that before. Where did you find that info at, and where did you hear it at? Because that's interesting. Oh, SRB said that Mabit alluded to that. I guess we'll have to look back into that then. I may not have caught that. Miss Trish Crow's in the house. Welcome, Trish. Wonderful to see you today. Fall River, about the 1979 murders that happened in Fall River. Oh, I saw that as a recommendation. And let me know how that goes because I'm curious about that too, Trish. What are you trying to do there, Cap? I'll try it. I'll go through settings. What's the matter, Cap? Can I help you with something? Shut autocorrect off. Oh, God, I hate that too. Be nice if there is a way. I've never tried that. Always here. I appreciate that so very much, Love. I appreciate you very much. All of you so very much, guys. You have no idea. Mark says, I'm still trying to wrap my head around dill pasta. Yeah, me too. Me too. I've never, ever heard of that in my life, although I love dill pickles and dill flavoring. So I'd be interested to see how that works. Ritualistic murder so far. Okay. I will definitely check it out too, Trish. Thank you, and I appreciate that. Very much so. Here you go. I can't do anything with that, Tom. We'll have to throw it in the Discord or something. I can't click anything in here. It's all secret. Dill pasta. That's wild. Pasta yeah. We have a pasta maker here too. So I guess you would just make the dough and you would add dill seasoning to it, maybe. Thank you, Tomboy. Dill's that's the only thing I can think of to make it. And then I don't know how it would taste though with sauce or that type of sauce. Maybe a white sauce. It sounds good. I'm really curious. I want to make it myself. I haven't made noodles in a long time. I used to make them by hand. Me too. That's my favorite pasta in the world right there, Miss Sherry. Linguine is the best, especially with some white clam sauce. Oh my God. Yes, but homemade pasta is the best, folks. Absolutely the best. Miss Sherry, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Says, hey, gang. I love your little puppy. Great to have you here, Sherry. Hope you're having a great day. Dill seasoning or dill juice. That would probably work. Yeah. Agreed, Trish. The juice from like a pickle jar probably be, yeah. Instead of using water when you make the dough, just add that instead. I bet you that would work 100%. Virginia, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Had me at pasta, 100%. One of my downfalls too. Do you think crimes are more easily committed where 3 or 4 states intersect because it's easily occurring in 3 states? Hmm. Well, you guys are getting me with these questions today. I'm telling you, I love it. That's that's interesting, Gina. I don't know. That's another good question. Did you guys all get together and decide you're gonna put me on the spot with these awesome questions today? Because that's a good one too. I don't know. I'm gonna write that down and see what I can find as far as info on something like that. Good points today, guys. Damn. Um. Oh, damn, Sherry. With scallops, you're killing me. I love sea scallops. Love them. Or linguine with shrimp. And oh my God. Pappardelle. Very good. Very good. Very good. I'd love to see your guys' favorite pastas. Thank you, SRB. They do. Everybody's wearing the hardcore thinking caps, and I love it. That's why I love you guys. 1,000,001%. Oh my God, tomboy. Judge rules Menendez brothers bid for freedom through resentencing. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sherry. I will throw that up. We can review that too to explain some of that stuff. Very much appreciated, ma'am. Very much appreciated. Hold on here. Let me check. Again, welcome in anybody else that's not in chat. I appreciate you very much as well. Just hanging out. We love to see all of you guys here with us. Hold on, tomboy. Where is that? Cavatels, broccoli. Yes. My mama is in the house. Hello, mom. Welcome. Yes, it is. Easter is homemade haluski time. Oh, shoot. I need to get a hold of Brandy and have her get the white cheese. Yes, it is. We do make that for Easter. Homemade haluski. And we don't make it the way that, what you guys probably know. We're Slovenian on my mom's side. And a lot of people call haluski like cabbage and noodles. We can do that too, but we make the dumplings. I've explained this, I think, to you guys before. It's amazing. It's better than any cabbage noodles. But we make homemade dumplings. Thank you, Mom, for that ability. And make the dough. It's a sticky dough, and then you put it off into boiling water, and your dumplings, they float. When they float, they're done. And then you take sharp white cheddar cheese. You got to have a good one, or it just doesn't taste right. And you shred that up all in there. Cook a pound or pound and a half of bacon. Chop it up real small. Throw that in, and just put a tinge. Not too much because it's already bad for you, but a bit of bacon grease and mix it all up. I throw it in the oven to melt the cheese down real good. And that is one of the most amazing things you could ever eat in your life, guys. It's very filling, but it's so very good. And it's only something you don't want to eat it on a regular basis because it ain't good for you. Once or twice a year is good enough. So thank you, Cherry. I do. My mama got me a little dumpling maker that I can make. You press it through and it makes the tiny little spatzel-like noodles. Very good. Very good. Very good. Hope you're having a good day today, Mother. Do you think all the ticket holders would be coming back out if it was canceled, but nobody has, and it's supposed to start? I guess it's not canceled then. That's what I was saying. That's what we didn't know for sure, Victoria. So, danger. is in the house. No worries, bro. I got you. I got you. Thanks for joining us, Dan. Appreciate you. My camera's glitching. Let me see something here. Is that any better? I don't know what's going on. It's probably my internet signal. My grandma cooked the dumplings and chicken broth. Oh, yeah, you can do that too. Absolutely. You can actually make chicken and dumplings that way too. Yeah, they're probably going to end up on probation given time served. Is that better, Alicia? Actually, I could probably look and see for myself here. Hold on. Let's see something here. Okay, so they're all live outside. I'll probably pull that up here first and foremost when we get rolling. One moment here. Let's see what happens with the Menendez brothers. I don't know. Let's see what this shows here. Oh, it looks okay. I'm on standard definition though. Maybe that. Okay. Hold on, everybody. My apologies. Okay, we're good. We're good. And guys, don't forget, she may not be here yet, but don't forget to hop over and click the like and subscribe and all that. If you have not yet, I'm on Bear's channel. The link's pinned in the chat. What is it doing, Alicia, when it glitches? Hey, Kaylee, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. When it glitches, what exactly is it doing, Alicia? And like jerking and stuff? Well, that's weird. Um, okay. It jerked. It's blinking. That's weird. I don't understand. How about now? The lighting keeps looking weird. Well, shit. Hold on. Let me look over here. I hope it's not my internet signal. That's been acting goofy for a couple days. I might have to just do that. Boy. Earthquake? No, Mom. No earthquakes. I hope not. You would have felt it too, Mother. Do I see anything? Let me see. My connection or the cord. It's not like out of focus. It's the camera flashing itself. Well, that's all right. Well, let me try something else then. Hang on. All right. Yeah. How do we look now? Maybe I will go out and come back in, but oh, you're funny, Alicia. I got plenty of those, and it's thinning now. Mom, I'm starting to lose my hair. It's starting to thin out. You told me I was never gonna go bald. What's up with that, Mom? Mama. All right. Is it doing it now or are we good? Orange County Choppers? Okay. That's funny to you, Mother. You think that's so funny? I replugged in. I took out the cord and plugged it back in. Guess you lied. Oh, you're a funny one today, I see. Mom's got jokes today. Okay. Okay. I love you, Mommy. Be nice to me. Okay. All right, that's down. All right, cool. Good. Thank you, Alicia. I can't have that happening. I just took the plug out and plugged it back in and reset it, I guess. So let me double check and it did make a noise. So maybe it was unplugged partially. That could have been what it was. Wasn't getting full connection. Yep, exactly. Thank you, Alicia. All right, Dan. We'll be here, bud. Thank you again. See, this is why the Blue Crew exists. I couldn't do it without him. Thank you, Miss Jean. I'm always nice to my mother, Miss Wisdom. Always. I love my mommy very much. I need to call her more. That's true. Are you serious? Don't do that to me in here. You know better. I do need to call her more though. That's a fact. And I know she will. When did I call her last? Here we go. It was a few days ago. It was a few days ago. And so does Caden. Yeah, Caden definitely does. I call her more than he does. He's too busy with his new friends and stuff. Oh, I just saw that happen. Something happened there. I think I have a loose connection somewhere that is not. It was not 6 months ago. Come on now, Mom. All right, guys, let me pull up this Menendez thing and see what they're saying. Give me uno momento. We don't want to miss out. Mikey's in the house. You would like my mother, Wisdom. You're a lot alike. Which is probably why I respect you the way that I do. All right, guys, here we go with this. Well, I did call her a lot, usually every day, and I forget things and I shouldn't. That's an important one to not forget. And I get wrapped up in my life. So
fear. We want all facts to come out at this hearing, good, bad, or indifferent, facts or facts. The other side chooses to start the factual picture not back in 1989 when these brutal murders occurred, but when they started to serve their prison sentences in 1996.
hey Taylor, this is what's going on in the Menendez brothers situation right now. So we'll see what happens here.
While those facts over the last 30 years are very important, so too are the original facts of the brutal murder and what happened at that time. Because we believe, and the California courts confirm, that in order for someone to be rehabilitated, they need to fully come clean with all the entire breadth of their criminal conduct. In this case, the Menendez brothers, for the past 30 years, have not come clean with that information. For instance, they have perpetrated the lie, a lie of self-defense. They basically, it wasn't their original story. It was actually their fourth story on why they brutally killed their parents. And as we've shown in an 87-page filing with the court, the Menendez brothers concocted this self-defense defense because they had a pre-planned alibi hours before where they were going to supposedly be at Batman the movie when these killings occurred. They had bought the shotguns that they ended up using against their parents 2 days before in San Diego using a fake ID and a fake address in order to make sure the shotguns could not be traced back to themselves. When they committed the murders themselves, they staged it to look like a brutal mafia killing, shooting their father through the back of the head, their mother who lied dying and bleeding on the ground. They reloaded the shotgun, put it up to her cheek and pulled the trigger. And then after the parents were dead, they shot them each in the kneecaps in order to stage this as a mafia killing. They then, as you recall, originally said, we didn't do it. That there is someone else who did it. Originally, they said the mafia actually killed their parents. And had they not actually been caught and arrested and had tapes come forward where their confessions were identified, to this very day, I believe, they would have perpetrated that original lie that they weren't involved in the killings at all. But when they got caught, when it was on tape, they had to admit to it. But they didn't just admit to the killings.
Yeah, this guy's he's an idiot. And yes, Paula, it's live. Yes, Ro. I believe this is the DA. Real quick, Eddie, these two brothers, the Menendez brothers, they killed their parents years ago. They were so immature, ridiculous. And killed both their parents. Like he just explained, they tried to put it off as make it look like a mafia hit because their father had a lot of money, so on and so forth. And now they've been in prison for so long. Now they're trying to get out. And I think they should stay there. They took their parents' lives for no reason whatsoever other than greed and stupidity. And their parents are no longer with us and can't come back. You can't change that. So I don't believe that they are rehabilitated, in my opinion. So I think they need to stay there to serve their full sentence, in my opinion. So that's all it was about, was money. They wanted more money. They wanted money. They wanted to be able to do whatever they wanted. As soon as they killed him, the first thing they did was they started blowing money left and right. It was crazy. So you don't take your parents. Your parents gave you life and you take their lives because you're greedy. No. Stay there for as long as you should, period. And then some, in my opinion.
Then concocted this self-defense defense that their parents were going to kill them. And when I say parents, I mean both Jose and Kitty Menendez were going to kill them the night of August 20th, 1989. So they had to shoot them first. Of course, that is a lie. And they went beyond that initial lie of self-defense. They perpetrated additional lies where they...
I am too, Angel, that a lot of the family members are supporting the release of them, which I don't get it, but okay. Agreed. Neither am I. I'm not sorry at all. They need to stay where they belong. There's no way in my opinion, that they're rehabilitated. Somebody that does something like this is not, something's wrong. You know what I mean? I can agree with that, Elizabeth. I can, but there's other bits of information that goes along with that situation that I just, don't get me wrong. I feel bad for that. I do. I absolutely do. That's horrible. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel like they should stay there. That's for at least to serve out their sentence. Okay. That's again, my opinion. That's all. And everybody, nobody has to agree with that. There's people in here that think they should get out. That's absolutely fine. I absolutely get it. Yeah, a lot of people say that they were old enough to leave rather than to kill their parents. So, and I know what you're saying, that it could cause a mental detachment or make you go nuts per se. I get it. I do. Um, I don't know, guys. I don't know. And that's true too. The family knows on that, and that could be why the family is supporting them being released, because they knew the father and the mother, and so on and so forth. But that's bingo. That's my point right there. If they hadn't gone on that giant spending spree and acted the way they did after the murders, she said I might be more inclined to believe the whole thing, but she doesn't believe it though. So, and I understand. I do. I respect that wholeheartedly. Tomboy says, "Do you seriously think Jose would have let them leave?" See, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, if they're all adults and so on and so forth, I agree with that too. Gina Reed, good to see you again. All right, guys, let me let this play. Sorry. Welcome,
Trying to get
Elizabeth.
one of the brother's girlfriends to say that the father was a violent rapist. She refused to say that. They did try to get another girlfriend to say that the mother had tried to poison the entire family. Lyle Menendez actually wrote a script that came out, and word for word, that is what this additional girlfriend testified in the first trial. But after the script came out, she actually didn't testify in the second trial. Yet each Menendez brothers testified to the same additional lie, that the mother tried to poison them. Now, the reason we focus on what happened back in the 1990s is not because it happened in the 90s, is that because it's happened over the last 30 years. In order to be truly rehabilitated, you have to acknowledge the full breadth of your criminal conduct, your cover-up, and your lies. So the Menendez brothers, instead of coming clean over the last 30 years, when they were not just in their 20s, but their 30s, their 40s, and now in their 50s, as recently as an interview they did on TV about a week and a half ago, they have had every opportunity to come clean and say, look, we did it. We lied about why we did it. And here are the lies that we have told, and we want the world to.
Now, let me say this. Like I said, if I didn't know about the abusive side of all this until just like over the past year, I think is when I found out about it. And I was completely appalled about them killing their parents. And I thought it was all based on the money situation because of the way they acted after the fact. If there's a psychiatrist or a therapist or something were to come out and put this out there, which I haven't seen any of that. If it's already happened, that's my fault. That this is the reason why they snapped. Okay, we'll talk about that, but I have never seen that, so I can't say that. I have heard they were afraid of Jose. I absolutely have heard that. And he did seem, I watched the movie, so if that was a depiction of him that was real, he did seem a bit, definitely a bit, what do you call it? Sorry, you guys, I'm trying here. Scary. Like he could scare somebody. I get that too. So the fact that they were the adults though, I think it would have been better just to walk away, like leave. But I think the reason why, from part of one of the stories that I had read about this before, was that they knew that if they left, that they would be cut off financially, and that bothered them. And that's not something that should be a priority when in a situation like that, in my opinion, is all I'm saying. So, and they did what they did. They've been there for 30 plus years. That is I can't remember what. Does anybody know or remember what their full sentence was? Because I don't. Anybody at all? And like we're probably gonna be split in here, guys, and that's okay. We can all agree to disagree. That's part of what it is. That's why we talk about these things. Life without parole. Okay, thank you, Victoria. So I didn't know if it was with parole or whatnot, but okay. So they've been in there 30 years. And was it natural life or was it, like state life or whatever they call that, where it would be 25, so on and so forth. So I guess what they probably could do in this circumstance is give them, life with parole, with the possibility of parole. And at that time, they would probably get time served and come out on probation. If that's probably what I'm expecting to happen, if it does happen. So we'll see. But the thing is here's what I worry about. Same thing we saw happen with Gypsy Rose. If they come out of prison and they go become these big megastars and start banking on the death of their parents, I don't think that's the right thing. Okay. If they come out and they go into heavy therapy and they stick with therapy and they start doing well for themselves, blah, 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 then good. That's good that happened. But that's the difference. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the difference. Like Gypsy Rose's situation, you guys know how I feel about her. Her mother was abusive to her in a bad way. We know that, okay? And, the Munchausens and all that kind of stuff. And then she gets out and becomes this big mega type star and is banking off the fact that her mother was killed. And that bothers me a little bit. That's all I'm saying. So, and these are just opinions, guys. It's nothing, that serious. So we'll see what goes down with this. It is definitely interesting to see what happens.
Understand that we now understand all the breadth of our criminal conduct and are prepared to be rehabilitated, be resentenced, and returned to society. They have not done that. And when people say, does the prosecution oppose resentencing? The answer is not no. The answer is not.
Okay, well then, see, there you go. I didn't know about that. California has that law that they cannot profit from their parents' death. So anything that they were to do, if they do like a TV series or something together, how do you differentiate that though, Tomboy? Is it, their fame came from the fact of what they did, and fame meaning how everybody knew who they were. Okay, so how would you be able to regulate that? That's crazy to think about.
Yet. And the reason I say not yet is that we have identified.
And there's the problem. Gene just says, I followed the case a bit and I knew that they were abused, and I think that they would kill again. And that's the worry right there. Is it something they would do again? I think maybe one of them possibly could. The other one I'm not sure about. I can't remember which one was that. Was it Eric that was the more dominant one? Or no, Lyle. Lyle's the older one, right? So Lyle, I think, was the more dominant one, and Eric was the more subservient type one. If anything, I think Lyle probably could be the one that might, because he's more of a dominant type personality, so on and so forth. But again, 30 years in prison, we don't know who they are now, how they are, and what has happened mentally to them. So it started with Son of Sam. I did hear about that. So that's right. Thanks, Cap. Gotcha. Angel Bond, hello. Exactly. How do you stop them as long as they don't actually bring up their parents' death? Right. I mean, I guess that would have to be it. Eric was the emotional and more subservient one, right? So I don't think Eric would, unless he's changed since he's been in prison. But Lyle, I have a feeling, is more of a, like I said, he's got a more dominant personality and more of a, like, he doesn't want to wait on this situation or that. He wants things done his way right now. That's how he was. Okay. It could be different now. They could both be different. They could both be rehabbed. They could both be good people, at heart now. And if they've had therapy, they're dealing with things. I don't know, you guys. It's just the way the situation went down. It really bothered me. If you took your parents' lives because of what was going on in your lives, Okay. It's a horrible thing. I understand that part of it, but the way they acted after the fact, they didn't really have any kind of an emotional recourse to this. They just started going out and blowing money and partying and doing this and doing that and have all these having a ball. That's where it bugged me. You know what I mean? Psychologically, it's just kind of like, are you that damaged? Or did you do this because that was part of my understanding is that they wanted to get out, but they couldn't because Jose basically, from my understanding, stated that they'd be cut off from everything if they did. And they couldn't have that. That's why they did. That's what my understanding was the money thing, you know. And if I'm wrong, it's okay. I can be wrong. I'm fine with that. That's all. That's how I understood it. So, you know, if they're rehabilitated, that is amazing. Good. If they can be good people in society, so on and so forth, that's amazing too. And I hope. And yeah. So I thought that there was no money left in my, you know, from what I had heard. So we'll see. I guess we'll see. I'll stop interrupting you. I'm sorry.
A pathway for the Menendez brothers to come forward, acknowledge all the lies they have told for the past 30 years, and then at that point, if they do it unequivocally and sincerely, and they convince the court, because ultimately the court has to make the decision here, then they can then say to the court, we have come clean, we have been rehabilitated, we no longer constitute a risk of danger to society. But until that happens, the answer is not yet for resentencing. Now, we have actually filed, one of the issues that has come up recently is that we filed a motion dealing with a report that we received from the parole board 2 days ago on April 15th. We have not worked, the district attorney's office has not worked with the parole board. We have not been in contact with the parole board, yet we received a comprehensive risk assessment from the parole board in connection with the parole board's activities for the June 13th hearing they're going to have. When we received that risk assessment, we believed it constituted additional facts that the court should consider in deciding whether or not the Menendez brothers do pose a risk of danger to society. These additional facts are based on a review that the parole board does that is comprehensive. They look at all the records, the prison records, the interview records, the reports in the prison. They talk to various people throughout the prison system about the Menendez brothers, and then they prepared a report that analyzes their view of the comprehensive risk that the Menendez pose of potentially being a danger to society. So we wanted to make sure that the judge got a copy of that report and considered it in connection with this sentencing. And by the way, that report, as it pertains to the parole situation, is just one piece of the information that the parole board will consider on June 13th when it conducts its own hearing. But again, it represents additional facts. And the prosecution doesn't fear facts. We want every single fact, good, bad, or otherwise, to be before this resentencing judge so that he makes the right decision. So we basically said, the judge, if you want additional time in order to get this report and to consider it, we, the prosecution, are willing to agree to any additional time you want. And by the way, if you don't need any additional time, and you can get this report through a request to the governor's office, and you can consider it in connection with the resentencing hearing, we are ready to proceed. So what you'll see today is we are proceeding on this resentencing hearing. We believe that the defense will call a number of witnesses as part of the proceeding. We will then at some point have argument. We hope that the court will then get this comprehensive risk assessment point at some point. And then we don't know what the court's ultimately going to do. Will the court rule from the bench at the conclusion of the hearings, probably tomorrow? The court could do that. Could the court take it under submission and decide it wants to provide its thoughts and its opinion in written form and issue an opinion? That too is an option. Could the court have an additional hearing at some point where the court wants to hear additional argument on the various factors and either rule from the bench or rule in writing? That too is an option. So I don't know exactly how the court would like to proceed, but the prosecution is ready to proceed today. We've always been believing that this resentencing hearing would occur. It is going to occur. And again, we don't oppose, our answer to resentencing is not no, it's not yet. I'm open for questions.
The brother's attorney has described you as a 90s Neanderthal and how you view this case. What's your response to that?
Again, with respect to defense attorneys, there's an old adage. If you don't have the facts, pound the law. And if you don't have the law, pound the facts. And if you don't have the law or the facts, pound the prosecutor. And that's exactly what the defense strategy has been. Because we don't fear the facts, all the facts that are favorable to a Menendez resentencing, the facts that are not favorable to a Menendez resentencing. Bring on the facts. We do not in any way view the facts in a myopic way, focus just on the 90s facts, because again, the 90s facts are the ones that we're pointing out have continued all the way to this present day, where the Menendez brothers have chosen not to come fully clean with the full breadth of their criminal conduct. They could have done it yesterday. They could have done it a week ago. They could have done it during their prison interviews. They could do it interviews with any of you folks. They chosen not to. It's that choice that shows that they are not ripe for resentencing today.
Do you expect to hear from them during this hearing?
I'm sorry,
Do you expect to hear from the brothers and perhaps what you're listening for during this resentencing hearing?
Again, that is the choice of the Menendez brothers and their counsel. So I don't want to determine for them or even give expectations. We've laid out a pathway that we believe the Menendez brothers can finally come clean. They can choose to go down that pathway or not.
The defense has asked the judge to admonish your office for the images that were shown last week. Has the judge had any words with you or what will happen next?
The judge has not had any words for me, but let me address what happened. The Menendez brothers, as you're well aware, for 18 years, between 2005 and 2023, had this case lie dormant. And then in 2023, they filed a habeas motion. And then in 2024, there were Netflix specials and documentaries that came out that showed those brutal crime scene photos to millions and millions and millions of people to this very day.
So why did they not allow the abuse in the second? Was it what'd you say, Tomboy? The second trial. Why was that? Does anybody know why they didn't do that? I would think that's a pretty heavy point, and it should have been. I hate to say this, but if there was proof of this and that and everything else, then it should have been allowed probably per the trial, I would think. Again, I don't know a whole lot about how that works with that, so bear with me. I'm learning as we go, I guess. It's interesting though that they didn't allow for it.
We have described, because we believe that the starting point in any rehabilitation starts with the brutal murder. And we have described in words repeatedly in all our...
And he keeps saying that they won't come completely clean. Are they not admitting? I missed some of this stuff, I think. Are they not admitting to the murder of their parents? Or what is he referring to? Does anybody know specifically? Maybe because prosecution couldn't prove the abuse. That's a good point too, Victoria. Tomboy says because they couldn't risk the chance of a second hung jury oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you guys for informing me. Like I said, I didn't follow this a whole lot until after the fact. And I just got into it when they started talking about it most recently again. They did admit to it. This guy's clueless. See, that's what I didn't understand. I thought they did, Victoria. So what is he referring to saying that they haven't come completely clean? That's a bit misunderstood for me. I would assume that if they didn't allow it, there was a good reason. I feel like maybe they couldn't prove. Well, that could be too. That could be a good point too. Oh, okay. They did prove it with the doctor's reports. Okay, so based on then what Tomboy said is that, okay. That both makes sense. Well, then there you go. That's what I don't understand then. Wild. Still, I'm still trying to understand what he's talking about. Oh, he's claiming they never did. See, I thought they did. I could have swore that they did at some point, that I saw somewhere in an interview something and it came out and they did admit to it. And, based on this and that. But, okay. Sorry for interrupting again. Just trying to get an understanding.
Our submissions, the brutality of this murder, 13 shotgun blasts again, one through the back of the father's head, one to the mother at point blank range as she lay dying on the ground, and then through the kneecaps after each one was dead, in order to stage it as a mafia killing. We have described that repeatedly in words, and there's never been an objection to that. There was never an objection to the fact that these crime scene photos were viewed very publicly and put out publicly for millions of people to
Thanks,
see.
Victor.
Now, at the hearing that we had the other day, we described again in words the brutality of the killing, not to do it gratuitously, but because we believe that the rehabilitation, that the coming clean with all the lies starts with the murder itself, the brutality of it, the fact that the Menendez said that they had nothing to do with the murder for 6 months, the fact that the Menendez brothers staged it as a mafia killing, and you have to describe exactly how it was staged as a mafia killing in order to make the point. Now, what we did at that time is we showed a crime scene photo as part of our presentation. What we've apologized for is that we did not alert the defense and the Menendez family that in addition to doing what we had done many, many, many times in public, which is to describe the brutality of these killings in words, that we were also going to show an additional photograph. We've apologized for that. We've made it clear that if we ever were to do it in the future, we would provide advance notice, by the way, not just to the Menendez family, but to anyone in the courtroom who might be seeing this photograph in order to prepare them that if they want to leave at that moment in time, they can. We will not be presenting a crime scene photo as part of the next 2 days resentencing hearings, and that's our position on this issue.
Thank you, SRB.
I'm not at this point. I'm not going to be commenting on the contents of the comprehensive risk assessment.
Yeah, can you talk about how there's arguments that you conflated resentencing with parole here? Judge Jesse's ruling last week said that the analysis had nothing new last week. The insight standard you keep citing is more relevant to parole than the sentencing. The report you're asking for the continuance around today was also prepared for the purposes of parole. So can you just explain? Do you disagree with that interpretation?
We do in part. And what we disagree with is that the focus of both parole and the focus of a resentencing hearing is on rehabilitation and the risk of danger to society. Those are the same standards that apply for resentencing as apply to parole. And the California Supreme Court has weighed in, as have other California courts, on what constitutes both rehabilitation and what constitutes a risk of danger to society. One of the factors that they have focused on has to do with insights, exhibiting insights into the full breadth of your conduct. And they have said explicitly that if you have minimized your criminal conduct, which we believe the Menendez brothers have done by perpetrating their self-defense and never acknowledging the lies concerning saying that their mother was going to poison the family and their father was a violent rapist, that when you continue to minimize your criminal conduct, you do not exhibit full insights into it. If you do not exhibit full insights into it, you are not rehabilitated. If you are not rehabilitated, then you continue to constitute a risk of danger to society. So that's how those topics are actually not conflated. They overlap. The same standards that will apply.
Yeah, I do remember that Eric had went to that therapist, told the therapist what happened, so there and so on and forth. That was an admission of guilt, but I didn't know if they came forth and after the fact and stated to the court what they did too. That was what I was curious about. So that's interesting too.
In the parole hearing to rehabilitation and risk of danger to society are the same standards that will be considered in the resentencing hearing.
DA, will you be calling any witnesses of your own today?
I'm sorry?
Are you planning to call any witnesses of your own today? Who are we
I believe today the defense will be calling witnesses. Yes.
Who we expect
You
to
said
hear
your
from?
team received word of the CRA on Tuesday, filed that motion late Wednesday. Why the gap? Why not alert the judge on Tuesday when you first saw it and were able to read?
Danger alert. Dan's in the
after
house.
we received the
Buddy.
report, we had not asked for that report. The report came to us somewhat unexpectedly. We didn't actually know the parameters around that report and what could be released, what could not be released, whether or not the court had received it or not received it. It took us a little bit of time to actually figure that out over the next day. And at the point we realized that the report
I remember
could be
that.
received by the court, if the court requested it of the governor's office, that's when we filed our continuance to alert the court that if the court wanted to do that, we were prepared to allow the court additional time to do it. And by the way, the court's own choosing, if the court either chose not to receive that report or didn't need additional time, we were prepared to go forward with the resentencing hearing.
The judge has received the report.
I do not know one way or the other.
Do you believe the father molested them, though? Do you believe?
So my personal belief on sexual abuse is not actually relevant for these resentencing hearing. The central defense in the Menendez case was not sexual abuse. The central defense, the perpetrated, concocted defense, was actually self-defense.
Yeah, you're on the right track to do with what I believe too with him, Sherry. So yeah, and he's kind of explaining it right now.
And that's not Nathan Hochman saying that. That is Eric and Lyle Menendez testifying to it. As we've shown in our papers and in the courtroom proceeding, both Eric and Lyle Menendez, when asked the question, was sexual abuse the reason that you killed your father and your mother? The answer was no. What was the reason you did it? Because we believed our parents were going to kill us that night. Their attorney confirmed that as well. Leslie Abramson has said that sexual abuse does not justify murder. It never did, and it never will. That's a quote from her own attorney. So the focus today, I believe, will be on the self-defense defense as part of the lies that the Menendez brothers continue to tell to this very day.
For what you've seen of the risk,
there's some conflicting information. So the state has said only one component of that risk assessment has been released and that it's also subject to change. So it's essentially a draft. They said the full version would be released on June 13th. But what I'm hearing from you, if I'm hearing correctly, this is the comprehensive risk assessment. So what exactly is it that you're talking about?
So the document is called a comprehensive risk assessment. It's not called a risk assessment, and then I added the word comprehensive on top of it. It's actually called a comprehensive risk assessment. It has been provided to, at this point, ourselves. I don't know if the court has actually asked for it and received it. And again, the governor has indicated that it is part of the information that the parole board will receive. Again, it is not the final or the only document that the parole board will receive and rule on. It's probably subject to change over the next 60 days.
It's all good, Dan.
There'll be additional information, I am sure, that the Menendez brothers and their counsels will bring to the attention of the parole board to additionally consider. So again, to the extent it has facts, useful facts, one way or the other, that either justify resentencing or don't justify resentencing, the prosecution does not fear those facts. We just want every part of the factual picture to be before the judge when he makes his decision.
from what you've read so far,
The judge is not accepting your motion to delay. Resentencing is going forward for today. Did the judge say anything about that risk assessment? Is that going to play any part in the next 2 days?
We'll find out in court today what the judge decides on either asking for the risk assessment or his analysis of the risk assessment. I don't have that information right now.
from what you've read so
Delay? Has he not ruled on it at all?
I think that he will rule on it momentarily. I would imagine it'll be probably one of the first things he rules on. And again, we made it clear in our own motion that the request we are considering is basically for the judge's benefit, not the prosecution's. We're ready to proceed. And if the judge is ready to proceed, we'll start calling witnesses, or the defense will start calling witnesses today. If the judge then needs some additional time to then review the comprehensive risk assessment or even ask more questions about it, we made it clear that the prosecution is willing to certainly give the judge any additional time he needs.
from what you've seen of the risk assessment so far, does it back up your claims or your arguments in your belief?
I won't be commenting on the contents of the risk assessment at this point.
Can you tell us who you expect to call in this hearing? I know you said you might not present today.
The defense will be calling witnesses today. We'll make a decision after the defense calls witnesses whether or not we need to call any. All right. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Señor. Ayúdame.
I know. Sorry about that, guys.
Okay, let me see. You got it? Sorry, I was having a hard time too. Man.
Do something now, but then can I? How the DA has treated this case. By the way.
Hang on, you guys. That way, I don't think you guys saw this part. One moment here. All right, let me show you this part too, because we didn't come into this until after he spoke, so I don't want you guys to miss this. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about all the screen switching and stuff, guys. Trying to get things right, but my apologies. Welcome, CZ, and congrats to you. I'm glad that you're off on break. Great to see you today. SRB says, for me, it's not a matter whether or not they would be a risk society. It's about the fact of what they did, and the sentence should carry out. The sentence justifies the deed, just my opinion. And we respect them all. Either way they go. I appreciate all your guys' opinions, 100%. Very much so. And I love the fact that we can have differing opinions in here and still be the people we are towards you and respect each other. That's the biggest part of it. That's what's so amazing about this community.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon.
Oh. Assaulted over there, so I can.
All right, here we go.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
I know, Cap. I agree. You know what, Alicia, that was always my thing. I always feel like if Lyle and Eric were separated at the time that this happened, that Eric would not have been involved. I don't think. That's my opinion. Welcome back, Kim. And Mountain Man's in the house. Brother, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. They murdered their own parents in cold blood, no matter the reason. I don't think they belong in society. And I respect that too, sir. Absolutely. But yeah, guys, I think that if Eric and Lyle had not been so close together at that time, and if Eric had been away from Lyle, that Eric wouldn't have participated. I don't think. That's just my opinion. I think this was all, put in play by Lyle, put in Eric's head by Lyle, pushed by Lyle, and committed with the push from Lyle with it. And I just don't believe that he would have committed this without Lyle's guidance. That's, again, my opinion.
Okay, I have one request. I'll do something now, but then can I go stand unassaulted?
Absolutely, Angel. Agreed. 100%. That's what makes things interesting.
Over there so I can prepare. That a D? It's kind of a strong word. What? Yeah. Okay. So that you understand, the DA did file a motion to continue. I don't expect that His Honor is going to grant that motion to continue. I do, however, think that it's appalling, for lack of a better term, how the DA has treated this case. By the way, Marcy's Law, which is a constitutional law in the state of California, requires certain things of prosecutors and duties for victims. I don't know why, in this case, this particular DA, because it certainly was not the last DA, but this particular DA has decided that he's got some other interest to vindicate that has nothing to do with the victims. There are people in this courtroom or will be in this courtroom that have been following these proceedings that have lived this case for 35 years. They're the victims. They have the unique situation of both being victims in this case and relatives of the defendants. Because of that unique nature, apparently the DA has said he gets a constitutional hall pass from doing anything regarding those victims, supporting those victims, notifying those victims, or anything else. He has abused the victims privately. He has abused them publicly. Just this last Friday, you were all here when they flashed grisly crime scene photos on the screen. I had to, in fact, it took me a second, because normally it would be the DA who would jump up and object to that. Instead, it fell upon the defense to jump up and object to that. The DA, to his credit, apologized. And then you know what he did? He went and he organized a protest against the resentencing on Sunday morning while Terry Beralt was lying in a hospital after being found unconscious that morning on Sunday. He organized the protest. He hired the then one lawyer in all of California that supposedly found Kathy Katie,
Hey, Miss Josie. Good to see you. Good to have you here, dear. Hope you're having a great day.
Milton Anderson supposedly found the one lawyer, Kathy Katie, who happened to endorse his election. Kathy Katie was then hired as his head of victim services, and when the victims in this case complained, his suggestion was as he had walled her off. Guess who was part of and gave a interview on Sunday at the protest? A woman who claims to be Kathy Katie's best friend is now protesting against the resentencing. I would suggest that if anybody was an intrepid reporter, they might ask that woman, did you talk to Kathy Katie? Have you talked to Kathy Katie? Why is it that this DA is abusing the victims? Why is it that he thinks it's appropriate to go hold a press conference when one of his actions 30 hours later arguably put one of the matriarch of this family into the hospital after being found unresponsive, and when her daughter posted on Friday that her mother, when they went to dinner, was extremely upset because in 35 years she'd never seen the picture.
Wow. Mark, he's so just dramatic. Mama Bear!
Hiya.
Hello and welcome. Good to have you here, dear. Everything good? Everything handled?
Yep, working on it.
Awesome. Awesome.
Stupid code.
They're gonna load in, and then guys, don't forget to pop over and hit the like button for her when she's loaded in. I appreciate that very much, and thank you, Charlotte, for being here. Yes, Josie, wonderful to see you, dear. We love when you're here. You always add a little bit of humor to the chat that we need to have. I love it. So, I wonder who the Menendez family is paying Garagos. That's an interesting. That's interesting, Cap. Very interesting. You're a blurry spot on the screen, Bear. Your camera okay?
Yeah, I covered it in case the kids walk in.
Oh, okay. I got you. You're still not loaded in either. We're still separate.
Let's see.
I would ask you to ask the DA that. I would ask you to ask the DA why at the last minute he does a Hail Mary filing of a motion to continue and does not notify any of the victims or the victim's lawyer. Why?
Hold on a minute. We had a shoplifter shot and killed after security told him to leave, and they had the stolen items right on the floor inside, and after the suspect walked out, security... What? Where the hell? That's horrible. Where did that happen at, Victoria? Jesus. That's definitely not legal.
Cali,
Sorry.
isn't she?
And yeah, I think she's in San Fran. But like, what type of a store was it? That's horrible. Are you leaving us, Tomboy? Whatever. I'm just kidding. We'll see you back when you come back. No worries, dear. That's horrifying, Victoria. Absolutely. Hey, Miss Wisdom.
What is going on? Whose interest is he vindicating? Who has he been taken hostage? Ask him those questions. Ask him if he's vindicating victims' rights, the public's rights, or if he's just trying to placate some disgruntled DAs in his own office for political purposes. Thank you very much. No questions. I'll talk to you afterwards.
Hear from the brothers.
You talk to us at lunch break?
I've never been a fan of Mark Geragos. I don't know what it is. There's something about him I don't care for. He reminds me of the dirty, shisty used car salesman. I just can't get that out of my head with him. Under 1K they walk. Yep.
That's crazy, Victoria.
It beyond crazy. Yeah, he's always been, Kim. Very arrogant, cocky. I mean, great. You're good at what you do, so that's great. You don't have to treat people like he does. I don't like it. Just pulled up an article. He was only fined $1,500. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, she did. She's a lot there, Victoria. That's how a new DA is. Wow, that's crazy.
Our parents were going to kill us that night. Their attorney confirmed.
All right, so we've watched that. That's the rest of it. Well, I don't think there's anything else right now, as they're. Hold on here. Oh, he's so loud and arrogant. All right, so yeah, I agree with that too. I think he does need to retire, truly. Yeah, so they're just showing that same stuff. There's a lot of people that love Geragos. I just can't get with it. I can't. I never could. Something about his personality just bugs the dog shit out of me. Truly, guys, it bothers the hell out of me. Let me see here. Show. Okay, so as of right now, there's nothing else. They're obviously gonna be in court. And of course, I will give the updates on situational stuff as it happens. Good to see you, Kaylee. That's true too. Alicia's got a point, guys. You don't see other people who did the same type of crime for the same reasons getting that second chance to reclaim their life. And that's a good point. That's a very good point, you guys. We have to think about that too. Well, hold on. Victoria said something. I got to catch it up. Where are we at here? They were sentenced to no parole. The circumstances of the case are the same. Why the good? I think I don't think that's what I was supposed to say.
Why should their sentence be changed?
There
they
we
did
go.
What they did and tried to lie about it. No parole means no parole.
Right. Thank you. I needed my interpreter. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, agreed. And that's a true point too, Yvonne. These are all facts, folks. Virginia says, yep, a lot of people do, because again, there's a lot of other people that are just regular people that committed the same type of crime for the same type thing, and they don't get the opportunity to be resentenced. That's not it's not a normal thing. The system doesn't work that way. And I'm not saying this is the only reason why, but it does make a lot of difference with it. Because Kim Kardashian got involved and made a big deal, and some other people got involved, and so on and so forth. Now it's a thing, and it came back to the table. And it, like I said, it's just a wild. You don't see this happen. You know what I mean? That's all. So I don't know. Any thoughts on this, Bear? What do you think? Or do you not? Do you have any like feelings about this case or situation or anything?
I don't think they should be released. I
Right.
think it was a money thing, the way they went on that spending spree.
I think we're all on that page in a lot of
Yeah.
ways. A lot of us are.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree with what everybody, but I definitely don't want to see him out. That's for sure.
See, like I said, you guys, if they would have done this, and this is just again an opinion, if they would have done this without the shopping spree, without the glamorous parties, the massive drug things they did, and drinking and partying and stuff like that, I probably would have viewed it a little differently. You know what I mean? Willie!
Hey, Willie.
What's up, Willard? Still don't have it all out of the carpet. Are you serious, dude?
What happened?
That's why the whole yesterday, Junie did that to me before too. His little one got a hold of some of that slime and got it in the carpet.
Yep. My daughter has a spot in her room of floor. It's like neon green.
Here, try this. This did work for me. It did. I don't know if it worked for. I don't know what kind of carpet you have, but I took a piece of newspaper. It was something I found online, and laid it over top of the slime and heated up. I had like an iron, and you go over top of it with the iron, and the paper absorbs it. The newspaper, maybe two layers, absorbs it into the paper.
Could try like a brown paper bag.
Yeah,
an iron that should soak it up into the bag.
Right, that may help, but it's a pain, dude. It's a
Yeah.
pain. Junie did it.
The first time I cut it out, then the second time I didn't find it till it was too late, and it was hard as a rock, and so it's still there.
Alicia said, Willie, try to use salt or really, really, really hot water. Good point. Good
Or
point. Yeah,
both.
dude. I mean, I know it sucks. It sucks. I hated that stuff. I hated
Parchment paper. Thank you, Kim. I was trying to think of it.
There's our crafter right there. Use parchment paper.
I sit there going, freezer paper, wax paper. That's not it. Parchment.
Oh, shit. Really, dude? Dude. The jail admitted fault in my daughter's mom. That's amazing,
Yay!
bro. That's absolutely amazing. I am super excited for you.
That's awesome.
So what's the outcome going to be then, Willie? What's going to happen? Or is anything going to happen? Or are they just taking fault or taking accountability? That is amazing, bro. That is really good news. I'm super happy for you, brother. And your little girl. Because that gives some kind of justification, and well, not justification, but accountability, and it gives
that's good.
Some justification to her legacy. That's amazing.
He said, yes, sir. They were forced to fix their whole program and intake process.
Amen, bro. Amen. See? Good things can happen. Absolutely amazing.
Just a ton of money, still doesn't bring her back, but hey, it's something at least. Definitely.
It's a little bit of justice, even if it's just a minute amount. Yes. 100%, bro. We got your back, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Always, always. You're a part of this family and community just as much as anybody else. So 100%. I'm glad to hear that, dude. That actually almost brought a tear to my eye, because I know that was a bad situation and a really, really, like, it's just a bad piece of karma and everything in your life. And your little girl not being able to have her mother in her life is a horrible thing. And you have to be able to handle that for her as well as yourself, dude. And I get it. It's not easy. So good for you, bro. I'm super happy for you right now.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I know. Absolutely. Absolutely. That hit my heart, bro. Seriously. I'm glad to hear that. You deserve that in every way, shape, and form. Yeah, that was a really bad situation. Absolutely, dude. You know better. Wow. See, we need to get that good news too sometimes, we really do.
Definitely.
That is amazing. Oh my God, absolutely, Mountain Man. Don't you guys remember that case I showed you guys of the man that was in a county jail, mind you, and he was basically eaten alive by bugs, cockroaches, and bed bugs.
Well, I just did my video, what, 2 days ago? I put out a video about a guy, inmate, that had got a fungus and it destroyed his brain.
Yeah, guys, you got to go check that out. That's crazy. That is crazy. And this, listen,
And they said he was faking it.
bingo. And here, you know, people go to jail and prison for reasons, okay? But the reasons that some people go to jail aren't always because they're a murderer or because they've done some horrible, horrible thing that they deserve to go to hell for, okay? And they're treated like garbage, like worse than animals are treated sometimes. And there's people, so many people that have either died in jail or prison, or been mutilated or murdered, or you know, things like that, and they don't need to happen. Um, uh, Somebody that goes into jail, okay, that has been basically made remarks that they were going to take their own life needs to be watched in depth. And then when it happens, then the jail tries to take no account. Well, we didn't know. We had nothing to do with that. No, that's not how that works. Okay. The county, the state, the city, whatever the hell it is, has a responsibility to protect the inmates from themselves as well as others in some aspect. Okay. And they don't do their job a lot of times. And things like this will happen. It's a horrible thing. You know, people go in there for DUI or too many parking tickets or something, drugs. Okay. Somebody that goes in there for drugs has already got something they're fighting with, a demon that they're fighting about. And to lose their life while they're in there over drugs instead of being rehabilitated, which can happen, it does all the time, is definitely a no-no to me. It's a horrible thing. So that's it. There's a lot of them that are just bad people, period. You know, they're not good people. They shouldn't be running the jails and people be in charge of people that way when you and these type of people, in my opinion. So I'm really glad to see that there is finally a little bit of justice coming out of some of these situations. And Willie, dude, you know, it's been 4 to 5 years. It's sick how they lowball. So it was a fight, but they finally caved because the evidence, 100% it is.
Well, I knew it had been several because, I mean, I've been around for 3 years, so I knew it was a little more than that.
Right. Just as much as I knew that he gave the information he gave me when I started looking into it and Molly was looking into it, there was no way it wasn't their fault. Okay. So I'm glad. It's about time. It's about time. There should be some kind of penance that needs to be paid for that, though, because that's a life lost.
Yep.
It's not just a mistake that somebody was underfed or got a boo-boo on their arm or broke their leg or something stupid like that. It's a life that's gone that will never come back. A little girl that does not have her mother ever in her life now. Okay. A 6-7-year-old little girl that lost her mother, that you can't replace that. You can't fix that by saying, oops, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. That's not enough. So exactly, dude. Exactly. You know, so absolutely. Anytime, you know, I always got your back any way, shape, or form I can. That's always the way it's been, always the way it's going to be. So,
I talk to her frequently. I'll let her know, Willie.
yeah, 100%, dude. 100%. Like I said, you know, we always got your back, bro, with anything. So 100%. It's sad. But like I said, the person that suffers the most is that little girl.
Yep.
And that's absolutely not fair because she didn't do anything to deserve that whatsoever.
Nope. Oh, wow. Demi Rose. Exactly, Alicia. Let me see if Molly's. Molly, Molly. And craziest part, the incriminating evidence from the guy I knew who was the CO played a huge role. It took everything I had not to go kick his ass. I bet. I bet. Yeah, we'd all come together, put our money, a couple dollars each together and bail you out. Absolutely. More parents need to put their children first. Oh my God. I am so sorry, Willie. Yeah, I don't think, but it would be for my kids. So yeah, I would restrain myself. But it would take the same, everything I had. Yep. Yes, they are. Even when they're old enough to be mature, they're still immature. All right. Good night, Angel. Exactly. Yep. Do what, Taylor? Let's see. Any true crime trivia questions would you ask Ed from Unfound? Yeah, I don't have grandkids, but yeah, I mean, if I had them, they'd come first too. You're fine, Willie. We're good to stop the chat and everything to hear your good news. That's awesome. Yeah, see. Okay, sorry. Exactly. I don't trust people, none of my kids either, for the most part. Mostly family. Yep, you'll know.
Sorry about that, guys. My Mrs. Dago called me real quick here. I understand that too, dude. I do. You shouldn't. It's understood. It's rough. I was a single father for a couple years before me and the love of my life got together. So you gotta do the, and you're a great dad, dude. You're a great dad. You know that. I know that. It is what it is. So you're doing the right things. You're doing everything you should be doing, and don't ever apologize. You didn't cause a scene or nothing. You're part of
No.
this. You're part of
Yeah.
the community, Willie. Like I said, this is what we do. We talk about these things in here, and absolutely. So don't ever worry about that. 100%, bro. And I'm proud of you. I really am. I'm proud of you for pushing it, for doing the things that you do, for reaching out, trying to get the help for it, and for doing the right thing by your daughter, dude. So you're amazing. Absolutely. Seriously. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. It's facts, dude. It's hard. It's hard.
Mm-hmm.
I got full custody of my kids, and I had no idea what I was going to do because I had never been through that situation before. And you just do the best you can, and that's what I did. And then I brought an amazing person into their lives as their stepmother. Again, doing the best I can for them. So you're doing amazing, bro. Don't you ever worry about that.
Yep.
Absolutely, absolutely. So right. 100% what she just said. Just the fact that you feel that way about bringing anyone around her tells that you have the right mindset as a father. Amen. Like I said,
Bingo.
I dated all sorts of people after the me and the creature divorced because I was young when I got married. I didn't know anything about that life. I never really did that. I went from being, I was 18. I became an adult and got married and had kids. Poof. All of it happened at one time. So I started dating a lot of people. I'm not gonna lie. But I would never bring them around my kids. Never. It was always when my kids were at their mothers or somewhere else that I was around. Never would do it because nobody was good enough for them until me and Brandy got together, and she's perfect. Okay. But that took a couple years. So every bit of it is the right way you're doing it. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, bingo, Dan. See, it's nice to see adults making choices that are in the best interest for their children. Gives you hope instead of handing them a phone and saying, "Hey, leave me alone. I'm busy right now," because that happens so damn much.
Yep.
Absolutely, bud. Absolutely. Thank you, Paula. Same to you, dear. My mom had 2 by 1 husband, 1 second husband, third husband, took us out the ghetto and raised us proper. A lot of men stuff. Yeah, absolutely. My stepfather, who's my father, okay. My biological father had nothing to do with me. He passed on when I was 9, so I never had a life at all with him. Before that, my mother gave him the options. He didn't want to deal with. He didn't want to bother with me. It is what it is. And when I was 5, the man that I call my father came into my mom's and my life, and that is my father as far as I'm concerned. Period. He always has been. He always will be. We may not have the same last name. That is my father, and I will argue to the death with anybody about that. Period. So that's all there is to it. Hold on again to my wife one more time, guys. My apologies.
Okay. Yep. Hmm?
Sorry about that again. Jacob again. How did Dylan see the perp if she ran to Bethany's room? And don't you find it odd that if he saw running, he left her alone?
Exactly, Willie.
Well, Jacob, that's another great question, by the way. But I think it was the time. It was based on the. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, she went to Bethany's room after. If you look at the text times, it was after the suspect would have left. That's still something to think about at first. When I said she had to stop and think. Exactly, bro. He's my dad. Period. There's no 2 ways about it. I will fight somebody to death over that. Tries to deny that.
Yeah,
But yeah,
anybody can father a child, but it takes a real man to be a dad.
100%. Same thing I did with my daughter. My daughter, my oldest child, is not mine biologically, Sierra, but every bit of my heart is hers. Okay. I raised her from the age of 3 months till now. And I'm her dad, period. Her father didn't want anything to do with her. She tried to reach out to him. All he wanted to do was hook back up with her mother. Take it, bro. Good luck with that. Okay. And that broke my daughter's heart because he didn't want to have a relationship with her. He wanted her mom again. And she told him to go fly a kite, and that's that. So that solidified our relationship right there. We've even been talking about, which I found out you can do. She asked me about me legally adopting her as an adult and giving her my last name before she gets married, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't think you could do that once they become an adult, but I guess you can. So
I don't see why you couldn't.
So that's something that we're going to be hopefully one of these days maybe doing. Financially, it's a little thing, but we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Absolutely, dude. That's my heart. That's my daughter. I can't biologically make girls, obviously, because I made boys. I have 5 boys and 2 girls. And my stepdaughter is biologically, in my heart, my daughter as well. Brandy's daughter. All these kids are. We don't call each other step kids and stepdad and stepmom. We don't do that. It's mom, dad, and my kids. That's it. So,
yeah. I'm sorry, Kaylee.
Did I say something wrong?
No, she said my stepmom hates me. She used to do horrible things to me and my brother.
I am so sorry, hon. See, that's not the way that's supposed to be. Not at all.
Mm-mm.
If you don't want kids, then don't get with somebody that has kids. Just don't. Don't ruin their lives because your miserability or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Don't do it. I'm so sorry, Kaylee. That's just sad. Makes me sick. All right. Now, moving forward. And again, thank you for being here, Mom Bear. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember the... Oh, wait. Shit. Hold on. Oh, yep. Forgot about this, too. Which was thrown up here a little bit ago. I am... Honest to God, I am sick and tired of seeing this every day now. It's almost every single day. There was another active shooter situation, FSU down in Florida, Florida State University. I'm going to show you guys a little bit of that real quick here. 4 people hospitalized. This is yesterday. Didn't we just talk about one yesterday that was active too?
Seems like it. Or at least another day this week.
Maybe 4, maybe something. Yeah. I'm taking a little one to the arcade. I appreciate the kind word. Absolutely, brother. You know, anytime we're here, you're here too. My door's always open to you for whatever reason. I love you, dude. And have a great day with the little one. Appreciate you. And congrats again. I'm very proud of you.
Have a good day, hon. Yeah, wasn't it in Texas yesterday or day before?
Yes, that's it. Yeah. And it's like every day, every damn day, or every other day at least. So just to give you a quick up on this real fast.
No. And plenty people can share that and all that. But we have prevented from speaking about that in these type of public forums. It will come out. They have a more than well capable attorney, and this family will go through a process of being able to get prepared for this trial. So I just say this real quick. This is our final time speaking to public and holding a press conference regarding this particular case. Now, the Next Generation Action Network will talk about Frisco ISD, but we will not do this. I will not ask this mother to do this again. The attorney will not. We won't do this again. Don't ask. We will see you at trial. Whatever venue that is, we will see you there. I stand 10 toes down supporting this family. And I want to thank all of the community leaders and people that I have seen that have came here today. Bishops and pastors and clergy, community leaders with respectability in this community. I see them today, and I want to thank them for their presence because this.
Angel, I've never seen that. I've never seen it, so I can't. That's interesting, though. It's a good point. Something that may need to be looked into. By the way, if the boys get out, they will be on parole for who knows how many years, so they can't leave the state. Well, that's a good point. Very good point. Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with you guys. There's a lot of stuff going on, and my cat needs discipline a little bit. That's okay. As long as you're happy and you love the kitty and the kitty loves you, you know what to do, Victoria. My good girl's gone bad. You know how cats are, Victoria. They do their own thing their own way. So yes. She knocked my groceries to the floor and hid my remote. She hid the remote. Oh, she's playing with you. She's definitely playing with you, Victoria. That's too cute. Yeah, she's hitting her teen years. She's one of them wild rebellious teen. There you go, Victoria. That's cute. I get it. I get it. Yes. Anyway, this is very sad. Hold on. Sorry to break it up.
This family
Thank you,
needs
Terry.
strength right now. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, you're just listening in there. For the first time, the parents of Carmelo Anthony, the teenage boy that is accused of stabbing another student, a 17-year-old Austin.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with the shooting. It says it was live with the shooting. Wrong. I hate when they put something up there that's not what it is. Hate that. Hold on, you guys. I'll find it. Zoinks. Okay, I think this is it.
Yeah.
Here we are. Sorry, it just wasn't showing the right thing, I guess. And it was, but they're both Fox networks. One showing one thing, one showing the other.
They're having, it's the media staging area.
Here we go.
That's where I'll be heading over shortly.
Thank you so much, Miss Sherry. God bless.
That's where we'll, get the real answers. That's where all these rumors will go away, and they'll be able to let us know what's
up, Donnie D?
What's happened. And I will say, yeah, considering when I got an alert about the shooting, and my office about 5 minutes from here, the police and the first responders, they showed up so fast. They were yeah.
That is a rumor that I believe has been debunked completely long time ago, that was not Maddie's jacket. It was just a jacket land that they found on the hydrant, but that jacket did not belong to Madeline. She wore her jacket in the house that night, and it was seen. They seen her go in the house with it on video. Olivia Gonsalves had stated that during a statement she made on her Facebook account, but that was not Maddie's jacket. It just looked like the same type of a jacket.
Props to them. Kudos to them.
What agencies do you see there? I know we had seen a number of them. We're trying to identify some of them, but it seems like we know all of the local agencies there and some statewide ones as well. I'm curious who all you have seen on campus there.
Let's see. Right now, it's the Tallahassee Fire Department, Tallahassee Police Department. It looks like right now, just the local first responders. Oh, I see FHP. See a few of their cars down the road.
From one shot earlier, we saw what, FWC, Amy,
FWC, even
FDLE,
the FDLE
as well.
The FBI is there.
Okay.
Quite literally everyone. Yeah, I just heard that the FBI is on scene as well.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, Florida State University. Yeah. So.
And it appears like every kind of street around the student union is completely lined with emergency vehicles of some type.
That's correct. Yeah. And as I'm walking around, police are still running, briskly walking back and forth. And if you can see here, this is as close as I can get, but right here, this building here is the student union. This is the backside. And over there, they have caution tape all right here surrounding this area here, which makes me think that whatever happens here, you know, was pretty bad. Something on the it's hard to tell. It's kind of a mess at the moment. But
You talked
yeah.
about seeing officers still walking briskly. I am curious about that kind of sense of urgency, because from multiple people we've talked to have heard that police responded quickly, and even just a few minutes ago when we were looking at one of our other live cameras there, we could see still officers still responding with tactical gear and seeming to still have some sort of sense of urgency, and it sounds like that you're still seeing that from your vantage point as well, that that officers are still moving pretty quickly at this point.
Yeah, and they're interviewing people. They're I will say I can still hear sirens in the background, so you know it makes me think. You know, the rumors are that the guys that they have the guy in custody.
Mike, we keep hearing this rumor about multiple shooters, but you're not hearing that?
I haven't heard that.
Okay, good.
I haven't heard that.
Okay.
No, but yeah, it's still all developing. You know, it's pretty intense out here. So we're you know, just waiting to see you know, see what the outcome is, I suppose.
Yeah, well, Mike Exline, photographer for the News Service of Florida, you've given us some good perspective there, and we appreciate you showing us around your vantage point there on Florida State's campus this afternoon. Really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Absolutely, no problem.
Want to show you another image. This here from WCTV, and you can see more folks gathering outside on the campus there.
Okay, this is just crazy. I swear to God, I cannot believe this happens as often as it does now. I really can't. Are you guys they have one in custody, Bonnie, yes, and there's 4, I believe, that are hospitalized. Are you guys working to get him in the Discord? Is that what you guys are doing? Is that what they're doing? Okay, well, let me fix something over here too then. Hold on a minute. I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
Here, hold on, honey. There's another. Hey, pretty girl. Where's it at?
She got you distracted. It's showing everything you're doing, so.
Where are you at, Miss Kim? I just need to make it unanimous here. Where is she? That way it works out on both sides. Is she in here still? Is she okay?
Yeah. She's on my side.
She still show up though, right?
Yeah.
Why don't I see her?
I don't know. She just commented, I'll be back.
Okay. Maybe that's why, because I don't see her in here. Okay, anyway. Sorry, SRB.
I'll add her for you.
Over here?
Yeah.
You know what I'm doing then? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, moving on. let's see where we're at now. So once again, another sad situation, another shooting. At least they have the suspect in custody, and everybody is hospitalized. So hopefully everybody will recover clearly on that without issue. Okay, so here's another episode or a segment on the Carmelo Anthony situation, which is what started to go off on the other live or the other Fox Live segment we were looking at. For those of you that aren't following this is the boy that stabbed the other kid. Just to give you an update on what's going on with that.
Bring in the man who will be responsible for justice in this case, District Attorney Greg Willis. Thank you very much for joining.
Okay, is CLK back in here now? Okay, so is it done already, Bear?
I'm working on it. Jeez, I'm not that fast.
But that's not what I meant. I seen her show up over here and with the rents, I didn't know if it was done. I just wanted to and let you know, Kim, that you're a moderator on both of our channels. That's all I wanted to let you know so that you'll know that. I didn't want you to be surprised, okay, if you were leaving.
Now it's done.
Okay, so welcome to the team, and they're going to put you in the Discord with us, Miss Kim. So congrats and welcome, and thank you for being part of the community, the family, and the team, and we appreciate you very much on both sides. So thank you.
Joining me, sir.
Good to be with you, Chris.
So you have charged first-degree murder on the books in your state. That means he knew what he was doing. He had time to plan and think about what he was doing, and he did it with an intent to kill. Is that what you believe?
Well, let me just say this. That's what he has been arrested for. My office has not yet received the case. But I will say this, Chris, this case has really struck a nerve in our community. I mean, people are upset, and rightfully so. I mean, we've lost a young life, and the pain is real. At a time like this, it's hard for anyone to be level-headed about this, but that's our job, to be steady, be fact-based, and to follow the truth wherever it may lead.
What do you need to know under the law in your jurisdiction for self-defense to apply?
Well, as you can imagine, it's very fact-based, and of course, I can't address the particular case.
We'll get you handled, Miss Bonnie. I promise. You can get together with Miss Wisdom or Brandy. We will get you in there. No worries. Same with Kim. And yes, Miss Kim, it doesn't make sense for you to be on one side and not the other. So,
we'll get you.
Yeah, they'll get you together. They'll teach you everything you need to know. They're very good at it. So, any questions, just ask. They have no problems helping you.
But that's what's so important for Frisco is still in their investigation. And whenever they finish that up in the next few weeks, they will forward it to my office. We will vet everything very, very carefully and ultimately prepare it for a grand jury presentation. And so the grand jury will decide whether this case goes forward. I mean, I would expect it to because most cases do go forward, but I can't comment on this particular one.
I got it. I just want people to understand the standard. What does self-defense mean under your law?
Well, it gets pretty involved, but I can just say that I'm trying to tiptoe around it so it doesn't look like I'm commenting on this particular case. But self-defense law in most states is pretty similar when you're not talking about the Castle Doctrine or something like that. So, you know, people look at the degree of response, you know, what the person is defending themselves against. I mean, I think people know about that. So I'd rather not get into the specifics of this.
It's not a stand your ground jurisdiction, is it?
Well, in a situation like this where you're at a school, well, there I go. You know, if you're outside of your home, then I would just say it's it's a pretty reasonable thing. People can say, hey, what's reasonable under the circumstances? And this person felt threatened for their life. How did they respond? Did they not feel threatened for their life? Did they feel something less than that? Then the law in Texas is similar to most states, which is if you're going to respond in self-defense, it needs to be proportionate to that situation.
Is this the trickiest case you've ever had to handle, not in terms of the facts and the law, but in terms of the optics and the overlay of the attention it's already getting? Because, let's be honest, because of the race and the race of the victim and the alleged assailant.
Well, it might be. The case is not even in our office yet, so I could certainly comment on that afterwards. I know it has really caught the attention of our community and around Texas and apparently the country. And people feel deeply about, our youth, our education, sports, and as you said, the other dynamics that are involved. And so there's a lot of different factors that make people care particularly about this case. And that's why it's so important as the prosecutor for me to be level-headed.
I agree. This kid should have got no bail. I can't believe he did. That's my opinion. Some people may think differently, but I don't think he should have. This is highly, highly unfair. Considering. I was surprised. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Cap. I was surprised actually. So I don't know.
Fact-based, steady, and just follow the truth wherever it may lead.
DA, there's going to be a ton of noise. The invitation is open for you and your team and the eventual defense team. You want things that are put straight and put in context. You have an invitation here that's open for the duration of the investigation and any adjudication that follows.
Well, thank you very much. This is a heartbreaking case. But even in heartbreak, we have a responsibility to do the right thing and in the right way. And my office will do that.
Well, we'll all be watching. And thank you, Greg Willis, for coming on and taking the opportunity. Good luck going forward.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Be well. Hey, thanks for watching.
Exactly, Tomboy. Bingo. Huh? You're muted if you're talking.
I wasn't, but okay.
It looked like you were talking.
If you take a life, then run away, then throw the weapon, then claim self-defense. Bullshit. Thank you. Agreed. I gotta say, I absolutely 155% agree with you. It is absolute
bullshit.
bullshit.
He better not get off with self-defense.
Oh, no. Self-defense for what?
I don't know.
I want to see how they explain that. I want somebody to explain how that they could even use self-defense on that.
Well, isn't that what the DA was kind of beating around the bush about?
Sounded like it, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Girl. 5 dead so far, 4 injured, and Jesus Christ. Yes, 150. Good to see you, Mr. Girl. Thank you for the input or the info. It's crazy how conditioned we are to these. This is like the 10. Seriously, Dan. Remember, think back. I'm glad you said that, Dan. Think back. When these first started happening, we would play something like this and be like, oh my God, this is absolutely, people would cry.
Mm-hmm.
Not anymore.
Nope. Like, damn, another one.
Yep. It's a normal, everyday thing. And it's like, oh, wow, that sucks. And then we move on. This is not an acceptable situation. No. It's not acceptable. It's become that way, but it's become so day to day. It's just like, oh, anyway, I had another shooting, guys. Let's see what's on TV now. You know what I mean? That kills me. It does. It absolutely kills me.
Aurora said he brought a weapon to a school event. That's a felony, right?
Yes.
Even if he didn't use it. My son was suspended for drawings.
Yep. Keegan got expelled for having a penknife in his backpack.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God we got it back in because it was a mistake. But, and again, it was this. It was smaller than this, actually, you guys. One of these little pocket knife things. It was in his backpack in the pocket. That was it. He didn't even know it was there. And he found it. When he found it, it was one of these whole, he was unzipping a pocket, pulled it out and went, oh, like that. And the kid saw him and told on him because that's what they do. They're all bullies. And he sat out for, Brandy, how long was Caden out of school for that situation with the knife?
Very cool, Joey.
So yeah, it was out for about 3 to 4 months, but they tried to do a whole year.
Gosh.
Or 6 months. It was 6 months, right?
Tomboy said the bond was lowered from $1 million to $250,000. Parents then bought a new Cadillac SUV and a down payment on a $900,000 home. What the actual F?
Wait, what? That's sad too, isn't it, Angel? That the whole world is desensitized to this shit now. It's just unbelievable to me.
Wow.
Tombo, check the Discord real quick before we move forward to the next segment. So I'm going to try to keep up with that. Thank you, Mr. Girl, for the update. Just unbelievable.
I don't
Unbelievable.
understand why people would want to spend $900,000 on a home. I could find so many more things to spend $900,000 on than a
There's
home.
million dollar houses out there. People go out, yes. We could, how many houses we could buy for 900,000?
Right.
I could buy a house for every one of my kids. Right.
Yeah.
It's crazy. From the GoFundMe fund. What? Hold up. Back up. Bond lowered from $1 million to $250,000. The parents then bought a new Cadillac SUV and a down payment on a $900,000 home. This was the GoFundMe that was put together to get the kid an attorney, right? For a defense?
He obviously doesn't need the money for a defense.
Oh my God. No, Alicia's got it right there on top. No wonder this kid is so effed up. Look at what his parents are doing with the money that was meant to defend him. Bingo. So they think he's going to get off or something? Is that what they don't even care? What the hell? Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you, Brandy.
Brandy B, ROG. By the way, she runs our amazing TikTok and does an amazing job, guys. Go check it out if you have not yet followed it and check out all the fun stuff she puts in there. Please and thank you. Cameron got sent home for an eyeglass screwdriver in his book bag. Are you kidding me? A screwdriver. Good God. Good God.
Eyeglass screwdriver. Like, really?
Right.
You gotta really look for one of those.
Wow. What a damn mess.
Hello, Clifton Mayo.
What's happening, Clifton? Thank you for joining us.
He needs some Z's. We
Amanda
are talking
Smith.
about.
Well, we're about to move on to what's going on in Indiana. The public defender of Allen County is William Labrado, if you guys don't remember who that is, okay, who briefly represented Richard Allen. He stepped in when Judge Gall forced his defense team to recuse themselves. He stepped in, he covered it, and we covered an interview that William did after he went back to after Rosie and the defense team came back. Labrado did an interview about his thoughts on Richard Allen and the situation in Delphi, if you guys remember that interview. And so he did an interview with Barbara McDonald saying that Richard Allen didn't have anything to do with those murders and that one of the girls were sacrificed and the other was killed. And I remember covering the visual interview with you guys. This is another piece of this. I don't know if this is actually clipped from the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police scanner by somebody else. Hold on.
Hey, you might want to come over here and visit.
All right, guys, I'm going to have you listen to this real quick. Thank you, Tomboy, for throwing this our way. Give me a minute. Get rid of this stupid thing that will not go away. It's stupid. I don't know 100% know what this is, what's going to be said. So I'm going to throw this up just to be safe. Because some people...
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
All right. Hold on here. Let me know how the audio is, by the way, if there's any issues or anything, so I can fix it, please. Yeah, that was where we moved on from Carmelo Anthony now. It's still an issue. Problem case, but this is in Delphi now, guys, so. I feel like there's a connection with kids from Iowa as well. I forgot the names of the town. Eerily similar. Interesting, Clifton. Interesting. I'd like to hear about that.
31302. Hey, you might want to come over here. This is the chief public defender of Allen County that got the ever living crap beat out of him. 10-4? 31302. Hey, you might want to come over here. This is the chief public defender of Allen County that got the ever living crap beat out of him. 10-4?
So, y'all remember this, okay? If you do, I'm going to show you something real quick here. And I knew something was going to come from this. And this tells the story by itself, folks. Corruption at its best, and then some. Hold on a minute here. I'm going to give you guys a little insight into who this is. This is a problem, and I want you to put this together with what else we know about what's going on and has happened in Delphi. And another case that I brought to you guys that I'm very passionate about too. The Flora 4. Flora is right next to Delphi, and I've been telling you for a while now that I believe this whole thing is linked together.
Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
I thought it was hocus pocus. I honestly didn't. I'd never heard of it. And the more I got into it, that's a real thing. It is a real thing, and it's scary.
In what way?
Well, I believe they sacrificed a girl and killed another one. Some of the people that live in Delphi were very, very brazen about their Odinistic beliefs on their Facebook pages and other social media accounts, including the sergeant who was in charge of keeping Mr. Allen safe in Westville.
You described one of those officers that's mentioned in one of Rosie and Baldwin's filings, Sergeant Jones, who was wearing patches that said, "In Odin we trust," on his Department of Corrections uniform.
Yep.
The judge ordered the warden to make them stop. And then what did you notice?
That Mr. Jones had a tattooed under his right eye. From the best we can tell, it looks a lot like Odin's spear. And he had several tattoos on his forearms, including the interlocking triangles that are on his Facebook post. I got to give credit to Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin that, they picked up on that. We saw him, and, confinement officers at the Allen County Jail aren't even allowed to have facial hair. let alone facial tattoos.
And I'm going to tell you, I want you guys to watch this. She's absolutely right, saying this man was scared to death by the end of the interview. Then he had to go back the next day and retract what he said. Why? Who made him do it? And then he got the hell beat out of him. This is an attorney, a public figure that defended this man and very clearly states Richard Allen had nothing to do with this, period. He knows what happened, okay? He had no idea what the hell Odinism was until he took this case on. And he states in his statement, one of the girls was sacrificed, the other was killed. When you say the word sacrificed, what does that usually refer to, folks? Some type of a ritualistic situation. Think about what that is. Okay? It's absolutely insane. And there's a man sitting in prison right now for murdering these two beautiful little girls that didn't do it, in my opinion. And this right here is proof, in my opinion, as well. And it's absolutely crazy that this is happening. Absolutely, Clifton. That is absolutely, if you ask me and you ask the girl's mother, the floor of 4, that's exactly what that was about. 150%. Once again, I said 150, but yes, that is exactly what it's about. And it's all interlinked. I'm telling you.
I was a little miffed.
Now pay attention to the body language with this guy. Watch this. As he's talking about this, watch how he progresses and his body language changes.
Facial hair, let alone facial tattoos. I was a little miffed that the warden allowed that, or he even knew what it was.
That was one of the things that surprised me too, is that it was the same guard, according to Bill Labredo, that had the patch, was told to stop wearing it, and then comes to work with the tattoo under his eye.
Oh, Barbara, as I'm watching that, and my jaw dropped. Something else that's interesting that you asked him about, when he's telling you he believes in that legal theory, he wasn't the first attorney to put it forward. As you know, it was the first set of defense attorneys who are now back currently Richard Allen's defense attorney.
Want to make mention of one more thing. There were 3 police officers in the Delphi case that stuck to their guns, that stuck to and believed in the Odinistic theory. There's only 2 of them left now. One of them was murdered by an ex-CO from a prison. That just don't happen every day, folks. It just don't happen every day.
And as we know, attorneys don't always agree on a legal theory in a case. To me, that really says something, that there may be some substance.
And these two were defense attorneys, just state public defenders, okay, that were brought on for this. They have no reason to believe this. This is their job. They do what they do, period. They don't have to believe in their clients, okay? They absolutely 100% did and do. I was trying to take this. 1 second here. I'm going to show you the rest of this and what he says. Come on, show it to me. Unless they took it down. And if they did, that's going to tell you something too. Give me a second here. It's hard to find the. It's hard to find the full
value.
Give me 1 minute here. I want to give you the full. If I can't find it, I'll be damned. Anyway, his own words, and it was in the interview, Mama Bear. I think you were here for that, if you remember. His own words were, they asked him, "Do you think Richard Allen did this?" And he goes, "Listen," he goes, "I'm a public defender," and he goes, "And it's my job to defend them. It's not my job to believe them all the time." Okay. He goes, "But I'm telling you, he absolutely had nothing to do with this." Those were his exact words, 100%. He had absolutely nothing to do with this. He was no longer his attorney when he made that statement either. He doesn't care. He doesn't have to care. But for him to say that Yeah. And then to get this, I want you to hear this again. This is coming from local police on the scanner. Check this.
313 on 2. Hey, you might want to come over here. This is the chief public defender of Allen County that got the ever living crap beat out of him. 10-4? 313 on 2. Hey, you might want to come over here. This is the chief public defender of Allen County that got the ever living crap beat out of him. 10-4?
What's going on, guys? Like, seriously, what is going on? The man stated Rick didn't have anything to do with this murder, and that one girl was sacrificed, the other one was killed. This happened shortly thereafter. Sleuthy put this out. This happened shortly thereafter, I believe, that interview happened, not too long after. And then it was stated that he was made to go back and retract his statement. And then now the full interview has been taken down. I can't find it. Yeah, it was a guard at the prison that was the one that, or no, wait a minute. Hold on. There were 3 police officers, from my understanding, that were following along with the Odinistic theory on this. They were still working the case in that aspect. And am I wrong in saying that one of those police officers was taken out by a CO from a prison, and he was fired, I think, at some point, but that's who did it. And then, like I said, I covered the Flora 4 story, and again, for those of you that don't know how that went down, I covered that not too long ago and showed the link between the two. The first fire department that responded to the Flora fire wasn't Flora, it was Delphi. They're all linked together, the higher ups and everything, and it all comes together, guys. It like Tomboy said, in the titling to that thing said, all roads lead back to Flora. It's unbelievable that these things happen, and the guy said it himself. He can't. Why can't I find this? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's here. Hold on. Okay, I think I found the good old Vinny had it. I want you guys to see more of what this man says, and I want you to watch. Seriously, I want you to watch his body language, how he seemingly seems to grow. Like, you can see the fear coming off of him. Are you still here, Mama Bear? I guess not. Okay. All right, hold on. Let me pull it up right at the right spot. All right, check this out. For those of you that didn't see.
Let's take a listen.
Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin issued a press release not too long into their getting the case, and they said they believe that Richard Allen is innocent. Do you have an opinion on that?
I do. I don't think Mr. Allen had anything to do with this. I honestly don't. Now, what I believe, nobody cares. My job would have been to convince 12 jurors of that.
You're a defense attorney, so that's your job to sort of say your client is innocent. Is that something you say about all your clients?
No, and rarely do I believe it. But in this particular case, I believe it 100%.
And what convinced you?
Conversations with him, the fact that he lived in this very small community that's not much bigger than a high school. He worked at the CVS in Delphi. The police sketches are hung up in the CVS. The bridge guy picture is in the CVS, and in 5.5 years, no one comes into that store and says that kind of looks like you. And I don't know if this has any relevance, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but an arrest was made 24, 27 days before a sheriff election. Just my humble opinion that played some kind of role in his arrest. And he hadn't moved. He hadn't changed his story. No facts or evidence have changed, to my knowledge, that brought law enforcement back to him 5.5 years later. He has no criminal record. They raided his house, took all of his social media. There's no ties to this Odinistic cult whatsoever. He didn't even know that there was Odinist in Delphi. He had never heard of it. Just a lot of things don't make sense.
Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin also said that that there's no electronic evidence linking him to the crime scene or the girls, and that there's no DNA of his at the scene. Is that accurate?
Yes. As far as I can tell, yes.
All right. We're going to bring in some more guests to join me and Barbara here. Joining us in Orange County, California, the author of Forest for the Trees, a book about the Delphi murders, investigative producer Chris Todd. And in Salt Lake City, Utah, retired police commander, religious cult expert, host of the Profiling Evil podcast, and the author of the book Deceived, an investigation into Zion Society cult. Mike King is here. Barbara, I'll start with Barbara, though. I'm going to ask her a quick question. The fact here that you're asking him about, he believes in the innocence. What was the sense you're getting in the room with him?
That he felt that. He was very sincere, I thought. His answers were careful and deliberate, but I thought he was sincere and he believed what he was saying.
And understand something, folks. I'm sure you do. There's nothing that this attorney has to gain from this, from making those statements. Nothing. He's not going to get nothing from this but hate and kickback. And that's exactly what the man got. Absolutely. Nothing but.
Chris Todd, you investigated this thing. One of the things that he points out, for 5 years, the pictures of the sketches of the killer, that don't look alike, but that's another story, right? The picture of the actual video grab are in the CVS where this guy's working, and no one's putting two and two together. What are your thoughts about why the arrest of Richard Allen in that time frame?
Well, we've talked about this before, and I don't believe Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. And I believe that's what we're all talking about here, is how would no one recognize him? His voice, his body type, his height. How would nobody know that it's him? I don't believe he is Bridge Guy. I've stated who I believe that is. I'm not going to say it this second, but I do believe Richard Allen is involved. I just don't think he's on the bridge.
And that gets us to a whole nother place, right? That he's not alone in doing all of this. All right, Mike King. Here's the evidence, right? Because he's arrested because they believe they have evidence in the case. It's not like, hey, he's at CVS, let's get that guy. Richard Allen told police he was on the trail the day Abby and Libby went missing. Richard Allen's description of the clothing he was wearing that day matches the clothing of the suspect in the video on the victim's phone. A vehicle resembling Allen's 2016 Ford Focus was observed near the trail around 1:30. And the Indiana State Police Lab determined an unspent round found near the victim's bodies had been cycled through Richard Allen's Sig Sauer model P226, which apparently he kept for all those years, according to prosecutors. Your thoughts about the strength of that case based on that evidence?
I think that it really is important and really strong, Vinny. I mean, you got to take into account, how can all these things happen? And we've talked about circumstantial evidence in these kinds of cases before. And I don't know whether Richard Allen's responsible for this or not, but I do know that you just named 5 things that are incredibly coincidental that he would happen to be in the same place at the same time. And when we get to see the ballistics on this unspent round that was cycled through, I don't know if that means that it's an artifact of scraping on the sides of the cartridge itself that is the artifact. If there was an actual attempt to fire that bullet and there's indentations on the firing pin, but it was a misfire, it's going to be really important when that thing comes into court. And there are both sides shouting out at the top of their lungs that is that kind of a comparison is of no value, and others saying it absolutely is. But if you've got markings that gun is the only gun on the earth that will make, and those end up on those cartridges that are found next to the bodies, that's incredibly powerful evidence.
Now, I want to put this up on the screen because there is one other piece of evidence I think is something that needs to be explained. On April 3rd, 2023, Richard Allen made a phone call to his wife, Kathy Allen, and this is while he's locked up. In that phone call, Richard Allen admits several times that he killed Abby and Libby. Investigators had the phone call transcribed, and the transcription confirms that Richard Allen admits that he committed the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. He admits several times within the phone call that he committed the offenses as charged. His wife, Kathy Allen, ends the phone call abruptly. Barbara McDonald, what did William Libredo have to say about that?
He said he has a lot of questions about it, that his understanding is it was basically one sentence that Richard spoke, this confession, so not a lot of detail provided in that confession. And he says that Richard Allen was receiving medication while he's in prison, both shots and pills. He doesn't know what those medications were. He tried to find out. And so he has a lot of questions about what all was going on. He also says false confessions are a real thing, especially when people are subjected to very harsh prison conditions.
Yeah, the one thing about the false confession in this case, though, that we've seen him here on Court TV, but it's usually under an interrogation scenario. This is a call to his wife. Mike King, your thoughts on that? Because this is going to be significant. No one has heard this thing outside of investigators, and I presume maybe at some point the defense. The senior producer in a Court TV exclusive sat down with Richard Allen's former attorney, his replacement counsel, William Libredo, and here's what he had to say about Odinism.
You had not heard of Odinism when it first was floated with regard to this case?
I honestly thought, I was like, no disrespect to Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie, because they're excellent lawyers. I thought it was hocus pocus. I honestly didn't, I'd never heard of it. And the more I got into it, that's a real thing. It is a real thing, and it's scary.
In what way?
Well, I believe they sacrificed a girl and killed another one. Some of the people that live in Delphi were very brazen about their Odinistic beliefs on their Facebook pages and other social media accounts, including the sergeant who was in charge of keeping Mr. Allen safe in Westville. It's real. Just the other day, Robert and I were going to lunch, and we saw a Jeep Wrangler right here in Fort Wayne with a spare tire on the back, and the cover said Odin, and it had all Odin spears like around on the cover. I would have never known what that meant, and outside of this case. So Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie were onto something right away.
You described one of those officers that's mentioned in one of Rosie and Baldwin's filings, Sergeant Jones, who was wearing patches that said "In Odin We Trust" on his Department of Corrections uniform.
Yep.
The judge ordered the warden to make them stop. And then what did you notice?
That Mr. Jones had a tattooed under his right eye. From the best we can tell, it looks a lot like Odin's spear. And he had several tattoos on his forearms, including the interlocking triangles that are on his Facebook post. I got to give credit to Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin that, they picked up on that. We saw him, and, confinement officers at the Allen County Jail aren't even allowed to have facial hair, let alone facial tattoos.
And I talked to my brother-in-law who works he's max security at the Supermax CO. Nope. Tattoos, none. If you have them, they have to be covered. Okay. Definitely can't have facial tattoos, nor facial hair. You can have a mustache. None of this other stuff. No, you can't have earrings or jewelry that's visible other than a wedding ring. Anything you have religious jewelry has to be tucked away. Any of that kind of stuff. So no, that is not legal. Period. I heard that too, Kim. Don't worry. And they tried to state that he was doing it himself, about him eating his own feces. I heard in another direction that they were forcing him to do it. Okay. Well, he was. That's what you missed that part, Mama Bear. I just played audio from 911 for the local police where he is the lead public defender. Did you hear it, or were you gone at that point, Mama Bear?
I was gone.
I'll play it for you here in a minute. It's quite interesting.
I was a little miffed that the warden allowed that, or, he even knew what it was.
He looks a little scared talking about Odinism. I mean,
I don't know if he was scared. I know that he was being very careful with his words. As an attorney, he wanted to be sure that what he said was what he meant. But yeah, I think he probably does feel a little intimidation by it. He said it's a scary thing. And once you begin to become aware of it and you see it more often, he might not have known what that tattoo was had this issue not already been raised.
So the concept of the Odinist, I mean, there was a task force trying to solve this case, and this isn't like the defense just scraped this up. It came from the task force. There was a faction of the task force that was going down this road and believed in this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that the allegation from all these defense attorneys is they didn't do a very good job of ruling it in or out, and that there were people who had ties to Odinism who should have been checked out further and weren't.
All right, let's bring back in our guest, Chris Todd, investigative producer Mike King, religious cult expert. Chris, I'll begin with you. I get back to this conversation about Odinism. It's going to be a part of this trial. There is no doubt in my mind. The defense has said.
But it wasn't. She would not allow for it to even be spoken in the courtroom. They didn't allow for third-party defense. They didn't allow for this. Nothing about this was allowed to be brought into the court for the hearing of the trial whatsoever. The jury was not allowed to hear about it at all. A little odd, don't you think?
That's so much. There was part of the task force was going down this road. Did you come across anything associated with this? Was it on the radar?
Very early on, loosely, it was talked about, like kind of rumor mill. But I think this Odin stuff is kind of like Nazism, to be honest. And if you really look at that logo, I see like a swastika almost inside there. So I'm just saying, like, I think it's, to quote the prosecutor, I think it's colorful. And I think it's an interesting way for these defense attorneys to talk about this. But we're looking around all again when we had somebody right in front of us very early on. And then we get to Richard Allen many years later, and it's perplexing. I don't have all the answers, but that's my quick thought on the Odin thing.
Absolutely. Anywhere you go. Facts. My mother worked in a prison as a nurse. Same thing. You cannot have any of that stuff. Why was it okay until it was not here? And mind you guys, they sent him directly to prison, not county jail. He went to prison. 2 of them. That's not normal either.
Now, Mike King, I want to put this back up on the screen because when you and I first heard about this, we were skeptical. And then the state had to respond to the allegation made by the defense, and they said that Sergeant Redacted and Sergeant Redacted have worn patches that refer to Odinism. These are the people watching Richard Allen. Those patches reflect the sergeant's religious beliefs and are not associated with any kind of cult. Sergeant Redacted did not remove the patches from his vest until ordered to do so by command. And then apparently got the tattoo. All right, so Mike King, where do you see the line between religion and cult? Because I think that's significant here, because if someone's practicing their religion, they're practicing their religion. They might believe something different than we do, or something different than their neighbor believes. Everyone's entitled to practice whatever religion they want. But if you're getting into the world of cult, that raises a red flag, and to me raises a greater possibility of something bizarre like a ritualistic sacrifice. But first you got to cross the line into it being a cult. So how do you see that issue?
You know, as Barbara interviewed, I thought it was so interesting that the message that came across is every Odinist is committing murders out there, which we've had guests on the show with us here, Vinny, that you've brought in that are followers of this Odinist ideology, and they absolutely repel that idea and say, no, it's a very peaceful kind of a group of people.
Because this isn't true Odinism that's being practiced. They took a peaceful spirituality and religious background and twisted it into some dark, weird, ritualistic psychoticism, okay, for lack of better terms, and turned it into something else. And that's not what it's supposed to be. I know people who are Odinists. This is not that, okay? This is not at all what true Odinism is. It's very scary what they've done to this, and very sad what they've done, okay, to fit their needs. And this is what it's turned into. Congrats, Angel. Welcome to the sauce. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much for becoming part of the community and the family. We love you. His lawyer wasn't made aware of the safekeeping hearing, and neither was Rick. And he was registered under pseudonym, so no one, including his lawyer, could find him until after they had him locked up. Very good point.
Every cult I've ever looked at boils down to whether it is coercive in nature or not. And so when you think about mainstream religion, the openness of mainstream religion, sometimes we could argue they're closed in mainstream religion. And then you look at cults, there are cults that...
And look at how they bring this man to court, guys. This drives me nuts. This guy is cut in half from who he was, and then some. They have 12, I counted before, 12 officers. He's chained up like this, all the way up and down. 12 officers walking him through for what? What's he going to do? This is insane. This is overkill. This is for public for people to see. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's just right along with the propaganda stuff that I talk about with Brian Koberger. Same thing. They want you to look at him as some kind of a monster. That's why they do this. More propaganda. Same thing they've done with Brian. Same shit all the way around. Absolute. Look at it. Look at Allen. He can barely even stand up straight. His eyes are all lolly at this point. 12 officers to walk this man through. There's no reason for that, guys. You know that's overkill.
Probably are not very harmful, like the cults of people that follow the Dallas Cowboys. But then when you get into the ideology that's coercive, and there's coercive mind control, and there is all kinds of conspiracy attached to it, that's the kind of cult that we really worry about and that we think about when we look at cases like this. So what we have to do is we have to separate the two first and foremost and figure out if it's coercive. In my experience, after looking at hundreds and hundreds of ritual crime allegations, was that there are predators who will use religion to be a power guise, to control a victim, to get them to believe that if they don't remain quiet, something will happen mysteriously, mystically, or religiously. And it's a way to control their victim and continue to be a predator. But I go back to this idea that if this happened, and if it was a group of Odinists, that is one magnificent conspiracy to put all of this together. It is one magnificent conspiracy to get all these people that had to have been involved, that were out burning things in the woods and putting sticks on people, to get them all to remain quiet. And I guess that's the problem I have, Vinny, from an investigative standpoint.
Let me follow up really quickly on this. For it to be a cult, does there have to be like a leader or like leaders that are coercing the masses to do these things?
In most cults, you're going to see one person that all people look to, or maybe one or two that all look to, and they are the final rule. They are the one that makes the decision. And we saw this in cases that I investigated, where you have the leader who comes up with these spiritually wacky ideas, but then you have the followers who want to be the arm of the leader and go out and act it out. But in those kinds of circumstances, Vinny, there are too many tongues that know about what happened, and I just don't believe it remains as quiet as this has remained.
All right, so let me ask Barbara McDonald here on set with me. Barbara, is there any indication at this point, with this allegation of this Odinistic society or group or whatever, that there's a leader?
Not that I've heard of. I mean, there were some names that were listed in one of the filings from Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin,
but not like a hierarchy, like, okay, this is the man or woman that is sort of leading our group and is saying, hey, it's time for a sacrifice or something like that.
Yeah, I think there probably is somebody filling that role, but that hasn't really been clearly defined. And how serious is this group? If this is in fact a group, are they people sort of playing this on weekends, or is this something they're taking very seriously?
Chris, Todd, let me ask you, in your investigations out there, did you come across any groups per se, whether it was like, a bunch of guys that got together, or the people that you think could have been involved that had friends or were, interacting with others or were close to other people, anything like that?
Well, with respect to this case in particular, or in general?
In general, in that area when you were out there.
I mean, there's been talk. I know a couple things about Richard Allen that I'm not going to say today. I'm getting a lot of information about him, about another connection to a hunter out there. And people do think that there were multiple people involved in either placing these girls there. So it is possible that there's other people in this cover-up. So I'm not ruling out.
Hold on, guys. I had another mishap here. Sorry about that.
This is larger conspiracy, but I just don't have all the facts to really hone in on that right now.
Appreciate that. All right, everyone stay where you are. When we come back, we're going to talk about the issue that William Libredo is probably most concerned about at this point in preparing, or when he was the attorney, in preparing for a murder trial, which is the treatment of Richard Allen while waiting.
Look at this. Tell me that this is not like ridiculously overkill to this situation, okay?
Good Lord, that's worse than what they did with Brian.
Brian walks in a three-piece suit, and at one point, yeah, he was in his orange jumpsuit stuff, but that's it. Nobody walked him in.
Even when he was getting off the plane and walking across the tarmac, there wasn't, what, three?
Two, I think there was 3 officers. One in the front, one in the back, one to the side. That's how they're supposed to do it. Not 12 police officers walking him through the court because they want everybody to look at him like he's a monster. It's insane.
I've not seen that picture.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a newer one that I didn't have either. They got the other piece hidden under the sweater. Yeah. There's a whole I say they look like Jacob Marley with the box chains that they put their hands. I think their hands are back to back like this, chained to this box that is on their chest. They can't move. And they put ankle shackles on them. They chain it all together.
Yeah, the chain goes from their ankles up to their waist as well.
Yes. And he's absolutely completely gone at this point, folks. He's lost all this weight. He's been being drugged, not eating. I believe they were forcing him to eat his own fecal matter and things like that. They said he was doing it and that he was eating his paper and so on and so. This is all a projective, this propaganda. Same thing they're doing with Brian. They have to make him look like this crazy, insane monster. We saw Richard Allen interrogations. He's not. He's just like everybody else. He worked at CBS. He has a family. He didn't do this, you guys. He did not do this. I'm sure somebody's going to strike me for saying it, whatever, or try to. It is what it is. What we've seen most recently since the trial, and even before, we have an attorney, guys, an attorney that came out and stated this. This is an attorney who's putting his reputation on the line as the lead and head public defender in this area. If you don't, just like Cy Ray making the statements he did, you're not going to make a statement. Again, these men have nothing to gain from making these statements. Just like the prisoner, you're not going to, people don't listen to prisoners. I get it. More than one. Okay, there's a prisoner that said that Ron Logan admitted to this. There's a prisoner that stood there and said he watched them mistreat, abuse, and do all these things to Richard Allen while in prison. And again, has nothing to gain but hatred from this. But people want to see truth. They want to see the way people are supposed to be treated. They want to see, real life stuff. None of this is supposed to happen, you guys. This shit happens in movies. This ain't real life, but it's happening right here in our faces in real life.
Tomboy, don't banish all of Indiana.
The mama bear lives in
because Delphi stinks. Jeez.
Don't forget Flora. Flora's bad too.
Yeah.
They're all together. And it's horrible, guys. Now watch.
This is Richard Allen. And, he's locked up. He looks guilty there, right? Obviously. He's presumed innocent, of course.
See, this is what I don't like about MSM, to say things like that. He looks guilty, right? No, he looks like somebody that's been locked down like Hannibal Lecter for something he didn't do. There's Stormy. Hello.
Hey, Stormy. I still love you, Tomboy.
Same type of stuff, too, that they played loud music, bright lights, kept him wide awake for days, okay? Days. They didn't allow his visitation. They didn't allow his phone calls. They weren't feeding him. Then he stopped eating because, once again, would you eat something if you were being tortured from a place? Who knows what they're doing to the food? They threatened him. They threatened his family. And I'm telling you, as God is my witness, I can almost guarantee you that when this man was on the phone making those confessions to his wife, that there were guards on either side of him telling him what to say. Based on how he made the statements, guys. See, we didn't hear that before. I need to tell you I did this. I need to tell you I did this. Not, Kathy, listen. I love you, but I did this. I killed those girls. I'm sorry. That's not what he said. I need to tell you I did this. And then in the background, you can hear him say in the one call, somebody's listening. I have to tell you I did this. What do you take for that, Mama Bear?
Sorry, I was reading Moonlit's thing. She said, my friend is going to Indiana this weekend for fireworks. I told her to be very careful of Indiana and for God's sakes, don't go near Delphi. Not all of Indiana is bad, Moonlit. I promise.
Don't.
Lived here for a very, very long time.
And it's not all that bad.
Yeah. Sorry, what did you say? What were you asking me?
I don't remember now. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It's not your fault. And again, yeah, you're definitely not supposed to be put in prison while awaiting hearings, trials, or anything.
Unless the county jails are
they weren't
full.
They
overloaded.
They weren't. They did it. They did what they wanted to do.
Yeah, probably.
What Angel says, he looks guilty with a question mark. They're saying that's what Vinny's saying. I don't think he looks guilty at all. I think he looks defeated. What's the point? And he said that before. Like, what's the point now? You guys have done this to me. It's over. I feel so bad for this guy. I do. And his family.
But his pretrial detention has been very, very.
What do you think is making him say certain? I believe at that point in time, it was the prison guards. and or anybody else that was visiting him. Don't forget, guys, this man, which is something that's unheard of. I looked it up. It doesn't happen. I asked my mother about it. It doesn't happen. And my brother-in-law, it doesn't happen. I looked it up. This man had a therapist visiting him every single day in his cell. He wasn't going to them. They were coming to his cell every damn day for a period of time. They put him on medications. He had no idea what they were. Neither did his attorneys for the longest time. All of these things were happening. When he would visit his attorneys, they would film it. That's illegal. They put him in a little metal box that is used for serving lunch trays to visit with his attorneys, and they had them sitting 10 to 12 feet apart, and he was talking to them through a little slit type thing in the cage. That's not legal. He's allowed by law, federal law, to have time with his attorneys. Any bit of that stuff, he's allowed to have all that. They denied everything. They stopped his mail. They stopped everything this man could have to get him to do what they wanted him to do, in my opinion. Oh, yeah. Thank you, guys. I love you guys. I was asking you, Mama Bear, what I think of him saying when he did the confessions, per se, supposedly.
Oh, when he was talking to his wife on the phone?
The way he said it, I have to tell you I did this, not
Yeah, it
Kathy.
didn't sound like a confession. It sounded like a forced comment.
He was mechanical, and he sounded dead, like he had a dead soul as he was talking.
There was
You know what I'm saying?
emotion, no anything there. It was just
Walla was 100% involved in getting him to make those statements on the phone calls. I believe that as well. Yes. And film the visits. Who does that? I've never seen that in my life until here. Then we got Judge Gall.
Did you say filmed a visit?
His visits with his attorneys and everything, any visit he had with anyone was all filmed with a video camera. That's not even legal, you guys.
I'd have to ask my brother. I'm not sure about that one.
I
Because I
asked
know
about
if he had like video visits.
Yeah, that's different, but yeah.
Yeah. Or if he saw the judge through video.
When an
was a
inmate,
lot.
yeah, when a suspect in a crime gets time to visit with their attorneys, they go in their own private room, they talk. That's nobody's business. The guards were sitting there filming video camera or phones or whatever with audio to these things, picking and listening to everything they were doing. There was no privacy whatsoever. That is illegal, period, because there's client attorney privacy that they can't use that stuff. You can't do that. So it's insane, absolutely insane. So it just I've never seen anything like this. And like I said, Judge Gall, in my opinion, I think they need to look into her background a little bit more, because the way she acted throughout this whole thing, the things she did made me start to wonder, are you involved in an onanistic situation? Are you part of this group maybe? And she did that to herself, okay? The decision she made, the forcing of Bradley and Rosie to recuse themselves, basically she blackmailed them into doing it by saying, if you don't, I'm going to do this and this. All the stuff that she did points to her involvement in another thing going on behind the scenes on this, in my opinion, is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Very unusual. The normal course of things is you're charged with a crime, including murder, and you don't bond out, right? You're being held. You don't go to prison, you go to your county jail. And your county jail is filled with people waiting for their trials, people who've just been arrested, some people who've been sentenced to less serious crimes.
All right. No, I see what you guys are saying over here. Okay, the camera side to it, like they have cameras in the rooms and stuff. Yes. From my understanding, what I asked about is you can't sit there with a phone and film a conversation between an attorney and a client. I was told that was not allowed. Now maybe that's here in Ohio, but that's what I was told. And you're definitely not allowed to record the audio between them. So I'm just saying. Thank you, Clifton. Angel said no lawyer communications protected. Well, there should be to an extent, because there is the client attorney privilege stuff that should be protected. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I think we have the same thing, Moonlit. like Illinois has an eavesdropping law. It's illegal to record audio without your awareness or permission. I can't hear you.
I said, absolutely, that is true. And not from a guard. Okay, that's the other side of it. Thank you.
Yeah, no.
You know, that's what I'm talking about. Have you heard Liberty was pregnant? I've heard rumors about stuff. I could never find any proof on it, Kim, but I mean, who knows? Who knows? I don't know at this point. You know, I don't want to make a statement like that without any proof whatsoever to disrespect the memories of the girls. You know, they absolutely deserve nothing. And this is not justice for them, nor for their families, by the way. Not to mention, let's throw in the fact that the Indiana State Police made more than once a statement stating they believed that more than one person was involved in this. So there's that.
We're doing less than a year will be in your county jail, and they have facilities for lawyers to come in and talk to their clients, etc. But the pretrial detention of Richard Allen has been very different. Allen was first put into the Westerville Correctional Facility. Take a look, and there's Westerville. He was put there first, following his request, at the request of the Carroll County Sheriff. So the sheriff of the county jail, where accused people normally are, the sheriff says, no, you got to move them to the state prison. That's bizarre. The defense filed multiple motions to have Richard Allen transferred, but they were all denied. The Department of Corrections then made the decision to move Richard Allen from Westerville to Wabash Valley Correctional in December, which is 200 miles south of Westerville Correctional. So it's far away from where everything's happening in this case. Plus the conditions therein, the allegations are that they're a little problematic, not normal, and not conducive to preparing for a big murder trial. So here's William Libredo in his Court TV exclusive interview with our producer, Barbara McDonald, talking about Richard Allen's treatment behind bars.
We had visited him on several occasions, but you know, driving 4 hours each way was difficult. And then at Wabash, they're not set up for visitation, so we were literally in a makeshift kitchen, and he was in a cell. We had to stand 6 feet back, and he's talking through the slot where they put the tray of food through.
What
and
the
that's
hell?
not a very conducive way to have meaningful conversations with your client. I couldn't hand him documents. I couldn't have him sign documents. And, you know, I'm sure it was very difficult for him to see the videos we were showing him through that slot. So, you know, I'm not criticizing the Department of Corrections. I mean, for whatever reason, he was moved there. They're not set up for visitation, but you can't have I couldn't have been prepared for trial even in October if that was how all the visits were going to be conducted.
And you've handled death penalty cases. Have you ever had a pre-trial defendant treated the same way as Richard Allen?
Never. Never in my 25 years or Stremin's 25 years have we ever had a murder client held pre-trial in a maximum security facility and then was transferred from one maximum security facility to another. Never.
And in your motion to transfer, you guys described him as being treated like Hannibal Lecter.
Particularly in Westville, at least we were allowed to sit face to face across a table from him. But the way he was handcuffed and to his chest, I mean, it looked extraordinarily uncomfortable. I couldn't shake his hand. We couldn't have him sign anything. I visited clients in prison on several occasions. That was different than anything I've ever experienced before.
And the way his hands were shackled were similar to how we see him in court, right?
Yes,
Where
exactly
it's like the tops of the hands are touching.
Yes.
And it's way up high on his chest.
It's connected to a box on his chest. I've never seen that. I've never seen anyone confined in that manner before.
So why? Why do you think that is?
I don't know. He is 5'6", 120, 130 pounds. He is not a physical threat to anyone. From all accounts, he's been a model citizen because he's locked down 23 hours a day. We told the confinement officers that we wanted him unhandcuffed so we could shake his hand and maybe have him sign documents, and they weren't budging on that. And it was sad because Westville allows visits, so his wife could come see him, and they just set up a visit with his mom and dad. He was transferred to Wabash 2 days before that visit. No, I don't think one had anything to do with the other. I just think it was bad timing and a coincidence. But in Wabash, you're not allowed any visits. Obviously, attorney, but no family members.
All right, this is a little unusual. Barbara McDonald, let me ask you, the way this breaks down, right? So the defense is alleging that Odenus committed this murder. It was part of the investigation by part of that team that was investigating this, a faction of the team. And then he's moved from the normal county facility to a state prison facility, extremely unusual. And there are Odenus guards there.
There are. And not only Odenus guards there, but guards who are told stop wearing the patches, and then at least one of them comes to work with the tattoo on his face.
On his face. Mike King, this is very unusual. I mean, this is, what are your thoughts about transferring from a county facility to a state prison, number one, and then, the way he's handcuffed and all the concerns, I guess, that the correctional facilities have for this pretrial detainee?
I guess two things, Vinny, based on my experience. And the first is that I've seen inmates be moved from a county jail to a larger facility because of resources, the ability to have a better way of caring for them. When I hear this, I'm just shaking my head and wondering what on earth is so necessary in the control mechanisms that are going on. But I don't know what his behavior is otherwise. And they may have all kinds of documented reasons behind why they're having to do and take the course of action that they're taking.
They sure didn't. He was a model citizen. You heard Librado say that by every aspect. Not one thing did he do to make them do any of that.
Nope.
Reflect on inmates that I've talked to over the years, and I've been in prison a lot of times, eating a lot of prison lasagna with killers, and I've heard them say doing time in a county jail is a whole lot worse than doing it in a prison. And finally, I'd say I conducted a study for the Bureau of Justice where I interviewed serial killers across the United States. Every time I went in, I was able to be face to face with them, but I was law enforcement at the time. They might have their feet shackled to the floor. They might even have a chain and they're shackled, but they can at least move their hands up and down and there's limited mobility. What we're seeing here on the images, Vinny, is just odd to me that they even allowed that to happen. And I have to agree with the attorneys. How on earth could you do your job?
Yeah, you're preparing for a trial. And I mean, I get it. They believe they have very strong evidence. But he still is presumed innocent under our system of justice.
They have no evidence.
Chris Todd, what are your thoughts? And this is just like, they're alleging an Odenus conspiracy, and then he goes from the normal county jail to a prison where there are Odenus guards, or guards that practice heathenry, which is very close to Odenism. I don't know. Do you believe in these coincidences?
We have to remember the first judge recused himself and said that the community, there was like a bloodlust. And I can tell you from experiences.
No, I think the judge recused himself out of fear, period, because he wasn't involved in this situation. Either that or he was told, in my opinion, to recuse himself by somebody up a little higher, maybe. Or just saying, those are my opinions. But just saying.
With the podcasters, the sleuths, the journalists, everybody wants to get somebody on this case. These two girls were tortured and murdered, and someone's going to pay for it. I'm not big on the stuff surrounding intimidation and all that, and I get it, but someone's going to pay for this. And if he is guilty, we have to remember, because people are throwing up the signs, the world is watching, they're doing all this stuff at the crime scene, making videos. Let's not help this guy get off. If he is guilty, he needs to pay for this.
Yeah. And Barbara, how are the families doing?
They're not
Take
talking
care, Bemmy.
publicly
Thank you for
right
being
now.
here. We'll
They
see you
are
soon.
honoring the gag order in the case, and I think they're just watching this prosecution, hoping that we get to a trial so that they can see for themselves what the evidence is, like the rest of us. But it's difficult, every time these headlines come up, it's difficult on them. Life goes on.
Off the computers, get outside. It's a beautiful day. Go see nature. Go,
Right.
and
go with somebody. You're
And go with
safer if you're
somebody.
not alone.
Exactly.
And they were together.
Barbara McDonald, a great job. We look forward to more of your reports on all this. And thank you to Chris Todd and Mike King as well for your insight. We really do appreciate it.
Okay. Now, listen to this, Mama Bear. This blew my mind, but it does make some sense after seeing all that. Okay, hold on here. Now, remember, William Labrado was the lead head public defender, okay? Are you here, Mama Bear?
Yep.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Hold on. I'm going to let it roll through a couple of times so you clearly hear it, but it's pretty cut and dry.
31302. Hey, you might want to come over here. This is the chief public defender of Allen County that got the ever living crap beat out of him. 10-4 on that. 31302. Hey, you might want to come over here. This is the chief public defender of Allen County that got the ever living crap beat out of him.
My understanding is he was made to go and sign a retraction document retracting the statements he made about Richard Allen being absolutely innocent and that one of the girls was sacrificed, the other was killed, and some other things. And then shortly thereafter that, I don't know how many days or whatever, but then this happened and he had the ever living hell beat out of him.
Wow.
Quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, anybody that wants to tell me that there ain't nothing going on here, come on, y'all. That's all I can say is come on. I refuse to believe it at this point. I questioned it for a while. I looked around, different things. At this point, it's in our face now. There's really no other way to see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if you don't see it, then you got to question yourself. Like, what are you looking at? Let me check. There was something else that I had. Go ahead, Mom Bear.
Ghost needs to take me for a walk, so I'll be back shortly.
Okie doke. Where are we at now? It's about time to be done anyway. Yeah. Go ahead and take your lack. When you come back, we'll get out of here, okay? And she's gone. Does anybody have any statements or comments or anything with this, guys? This Delphi stuff at all? Let me see something. Oh, you're okay, Tomboy. Hold on.
Prison videos are from April, May, and June of 2023, 6 months after Allen was arrested for the killings of Abby Williams and Libby German near the Monon High Bridge in 2017. And those videos coincide, say the defense, with their client's mental health breakdown behind bars. The state claims Richard Allen needed to be housed in solitary confinement for his own safety at the Westville Correctional Facility pending trial. Allen is accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German on February 13th, 2017, after abducting them off the Monon High Bridge, being interrupted in his plans to sexually assault the girls, then forcing them across Deer Creek and slashing their throats, where the best friends' bodies were discovered the next day. After some legal wrangling back and forth, Allen's attorneys succeeded in introducing video of Allen being moved in custody inside the prison. There are times he is wearing a spit hood over his head. He is naked and being dragged by guards while shackled and being scrubbed clean. Jurors have heard testimony that Allen was neglecting to take care of himself, smeared himself with feces, and had been stunned with an electric shock device to force compliance. Throughout the playing of the videos, the jurors remained attentive, simultaneously writing notes about what they were seeing on the screen. Out of respect for Allen's dignity, his attorneys are perhaps seeking to seal those videos from evidence. Therefore, they were shown only to the jurors and not to the gallery, where reporters had a limited view of the video screen. In Delphi, Russ McQuaid, CBS 4 News.
Russ, thank you. State Police Superintendent Doug Carter took the stand today as well for a short time. Carter was asked by Allen's defense attorney about the decision to kick the FBI off the case. This was back in August of 2021 that Carter said he made the decision to relieve the agency of its involvement in the investigation and made them return all the materials they had gathered. The prosecution did not cross-examine Carter, and he was off the stand in less than 10 minutes. It still remains unclear tonight why Carter made that decision. Fox 59 is committed to being your source for.
There's the statements about the torture that they drug him through the prison naked. I was told also in another statement from other people that there was possible that he was waterboarded. All sorts of like mental and emotional tortures as well. This is not how we treat Americans in this country, folks. We have a constitution for a reason, and it's not being upheld anywhere. Thank you so much, Kaylee, for that. Let me see who got that. Thank you so much. So very generous of you, Kaylee. I'm trying to pull up this one more thing, guys. And then we'll end it with a little smiling, a little laughing. Let me see. Whenever you find the time. What's up, okay, hold on. Let me see here. I was trying to pull up this letter to show you guys real quick. He did write a letter to the courts and stated basically he threw himself at the mercy of the court. He's begging to be provided with legal assistance, which was a struggle for him also in the beginning. All right, Miss Bonnie, love ya. See you soon. So that was another hurdle that had to happen. I can't find it. They must have taken it down. There is a letter that was written by another inmate. Let me see something here. Is this it? I was never diagnosed either, but I definitely have it at this point. Yeah, I can't find it right now, but there was a letter written by an inmate that clarified that the inmate made a statement of how he was treated, the things that were done to him on a daily basis. It was very bad. Very bad, as you guys heard. So I just can't imagine seeing somebody dealt this. You know, if he would have done it, it would make more sense as to why they're attempting to treat him. It's still wrong. But again, it makes no sense to me. And he wrote, like I said, he wrote the court letters begging for help. Yep, I can't find it. They must have taken it down. That's crazy. What'd you say there, Clifton? Hold on. Evansdale, Iowa. 2 cousins go missing. Bodies found later, just like Delphi. Woods and trails in nature area. Interesting. Do you have details on that, bud? If I send you my email, you could send it to me. I'd like to look into that, actually. And so let me see. I haven't really done Karen Reed, Josie, but if you guys really want me to, I will follow it if you want me to. It's about what you guys need in here. Seriously, it's what it's about. Congratulations, Huck received that membership from Kaylee. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. And again, thank you, Kaylee, so very much. God bless. Evansdale. Okay, I'll have to look that one up. I can pull that up myself probably now that I think about it. Iowa. Absolutely, I will check that out. Thank you, Clifton. I appreciate the info. All right. Now let's get to the fun part of today's show. We're a little behind, but all right. No worries, Josie. Absolutely no worries. Hold on here. Oh, I know who Ruckus is. Cool. Maybe I can get, he told me I could reach out anytime I wanted to if I needed any help on anything. So maybe if I look into that case, I could definitely reach out to him. We'll see what happens. Back to my statement about becoming immune to tragedy and shootings. I agree with this stuff they are doing to Richard Allen. My heart will never. Oh, agreed. Because we have a passion for truth and justice in here. Most of this community does. Pretty much all of it. And that's why you get that feeling. So I get it. Full-heartedly, I get it. Are you back, Bear, yet? Or no, she took the dog for a walk. That's right. Or he took her for a walk. So let's move to this part of the show today. See if we can get some smiles before we leave here. I don't want to talk to you, telemarketers. Guys, here we go.
I'm going to eat all the cupcakes.
No!
They're mine.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not mine.
No, they're all mine.
No way,
No,
no way, no
She's
way.
gonna
eat them all. No, she's not. She's gonna eat them. No, she's not. Give us them. Kids say. S.
Dos.
Goose.
Tres.
Case.
Cuatro.
Tato.
Cinco.
Cinco.
Seis.
Seis.
Siete.
Siete.
Ocho.
Acá.
Nueve.
Mommy, stop talking.
Okay, it's Merry Christmas. Say Chris. Mus. Okay, now say it.
Christmas. Christmas.
It's not SquarePants.
SquarePants.
Say Merry Christmas.
Man,
Pumpkin muffin? Can you say pumpkin muffin?
Pumpkin muffin.
That's so perfect.
I want people in the party 2 times and 3 times. And I went pee with Brayden. And it was Tucker's birthday yesterday.
I'm waiting for the dog to respond. Truly. Oh my God, she looks like Liberty. That's insane. Alicia said, hello, son. That's great.
You are so sweet. Did you show Tucker where your boo-boo was? What is he doing?
He was yawning because he's sleepy.
That's for a new baby, Nina.
What's Daddy's baby?
Who's gonna have a new baby?
You. It's yours.
Mm-hmm.
You're having a new baby?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna be the middle child?
Yeah.
Are you ready, Mom?
We're giving Silas his 7th birthday present, and it is his very own basketball hoop.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh, hi. What's that?
Oh boy. Welcome, Matt. Good to see you, bud. That was too much. Welcome back, Bear. I'm glad you came back for this. I hope he didn't drag you down the street too far.
Nah, not too bad.
Hold on. About now, no 911 was called, but was that for ambulance? Because I heard in the call it should, like, the police show up halfway through. So who called? Well, they probably, when the call first goes out, it goes out as a medical call, which would have responded an ambulance to the scene. But a lot of times, even here, law enforcement, if they're close, they'll hear the radio call. They show up to try to assist. That's there. A lot of them are first responder trained for like CPR and stuff like that. So it does happen. It does happen, Jacob. So no, it's not like, it's a good question. It's a very good question. It was asked a while back too, but it does happen all the time. It happened here many a times in our community. So.
Mommy has a baby in her belly. Right now? Right now. How? Did you eat it? How do you know?
Yes, I took a test and it told me that I was pregnant, that I have a baby in my belly.
Do you really?
I really do.
Dude, but did you eat it?
I didn't eat it, no.
Dude, yay!
What are you doing?
I'm doing some work. I told you not to be. You need to be patient.
Oh.
I'm done for it. I am done for it. I am breaking up with him. His name is Cole. I'm done for it. I am not gonna do anything else to break up with him. I'm just gonna tell him that I'm gonna break up with him. I do not care what happens.
Why are you breaking up with him?
Because he backs at me like this. I am done for it. Snap.
Well, that's going to be an interesting relationship down the road.
Out of here, garbage dumping.
It's time to go to sleep, and I don't want to hear nothing. I don't care. I don't want to hear nothing else. I know. Oh. Well, you don't tell me. I'm gonna get the last word, and that's it. I'm gonna get the last word, and that's it. Don't put your hands in my face. I know. All right, that's it. We're done with it. We'll talk about it tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay? I know. Oh. I just said that that's it. That's final. Don't put your hands in my face. Don't put your hands in my face.
Ma, what are you doing?
I'm sharing the butter. We're gonna please pass me an apple.
Here's the apple, Ma.
Thank you. We're gonna try butter apple.
A butter apple?
We're gonna try apple pie.
Wow. Hey, Ma, when is Pa coming home?
I didn't know. That's for a few months, I think. So Laura, can you help your sister? She is walking into the butter churn.
Why is she walking into the butter churn?
She's blind, for Pete's sake.
What'd you do? What? Why'd you do that? Hey, why'd you do that? What are you doing, man? Put the egg down. Put it down. Hey, okay, that's enough. Back up. Back up. What are you doing, man? Why'd you do that?
Why not? Me.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have a joke?
Yeah, we have a joke.
Okay. Go ahead.
What do bears eat lunch?
What do
And
babies-
a cafeteria. I wanted to sign up.
Joey, did you color on your face?
I don't know.
Did you draw on your face?
I was just trying to put it back, but by then I got distracted.
So you didn't take the marker and color on your face?
Yes, he did. He did. I just got distracted by doing this.
That's coloring on your face.
I was just getting distracted.
Distracted?
Yeah.
By what?
My brain.
Your brain was distracting you?
Yeah, I was trying.
And you didn't know you were coloring on your face?
It's an animal toy. See, got red eyes and.
Excuse me? I resemble that remark. Pfft, whatever.
Mouth wide open, and she eats peanuts with her helping trunk. And she got a tail on her back.
What is her name?
His name is Gerald.
Gerald. That's a good name for an elephant.
And she's the size that big as an elephant.
Oh.
And she's lay eggs.
Elephants lay eggs?
Yeah, and they hatch, and then there's some elephant babies.
Elephant babies out of eggs?
Draw in circle, but they already draw a circle because that's a circle, and then they already draw the circle. Because it looks like a circle and it says circle, but they're the same.
Welcome, Miss Bill. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a great day, and I hope you're feeling better nowadays.
Circle. Because circle is circle because you circle. You see that? You had to.
Is that step number 1?
Yes, on the top.
Oh, and then what?
Step number 2, screw it up. You screw it up. See?
Bitsy, bitsy spy.
Gotta hear that one more time.
Bitsy, bitsy spider went up the water spout.
Don't bash me. Don't bash me, Dad. Don't bash me.
What are you doing again? What's that for?
For a duck.
What are you going to do to the duck?
We cook it.
You're going to cook it?
Yeah.
That duck?
Yeah. Please. Please, Mama.
What's it going to taste like?
With candy.
Johnny, it's time to do your spelling.
Do I have to?
Melted. Mixing.
Victor, what happened?
Daddy's truck just got nervous.
Why?
Because he pushed the square button.
And what happened?
Daddy's truck just got nervous.
What sound did it make?
Beep, beep. Beep, beep.
I'm going to marry you. I'm going to marry you. I'm going to marry Daddy. Who's marrying Daddy?
Me. Me. Hungry forever. Forever and ever. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Boo.
Ba.
You're getting me mad.
Why?
Stop saying the not correct word.
All right. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Boo.
Ba.
Stop. Okay, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Ken.
Ken who?
I'm freezing in the light, you know, dude.
Hello. For this very fancy interview, I must ask you, what is your name? Blurb. What is your mom's name? Blurb 2. What is your dad's name? Blurb 3. What is your sister's name? Blurb 4. Very interesting. I have very unique names. What is your favorite thing to eat? Books. Very interesting. Very appetizing. Yeah. In fact, I just ate a dictionary today. Put a little Parmesan cheese. Tastes so good. Yes. So, please, in interview style, do a paragraph about your life. I'm gonna go grab my. I should thank my teacher, my fellow students, my parents, my guardian, the ones who've passed away, my cousins, my sister, my dog. But they didn't help me though, so only my friend made this video. So, to them, I thank you, William. You, my dear friend. Least of all, you've ruined my days from the start I was born to the end of my life. Or just right now, this typical moment where I see you staring at me right there with those little beady eyes. Very interesting.
What in the hell?
We've seen this one before. And
did we watch this before?
It's interesting, as it says. It's very, yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing this, but okay. But it's crazy. But yeah, okay. Quite interesting.
Can you now do your famous karate move?
Merry Christmas, Mommy!
It's not Merry Christmas.
Happy Halloween, Mommy!
It's not Halloween. Say Happy 4th of July.
I put poop out of my bum.
I do remember this now. Okay.
I looked at it. I think I dropped it on the ground. I picked it up, put it in the toilet, and that's what I all did.
How did you get it in your hand?
I picked it out.
Picked it out of what?
My bum with my hand.
And then what?
I dropped it. Put
Dropped
it
it?
in the toilet.
Where did you drop it?
On the floor, right by Mom's carpets. And then I picked it up, put it in the toilet, but then eat it.
What do you think it is?
Baby, where go?
Okay, is that something that probably should have had to have been stated that he did need it, or is that something that normally happens? That was interesting. The
I
baby
missed that one.
is learning early to ignore Big Brother. Right? You didn't miss anything. Promise you. Right? Kim was like, "What was that?" he's talking about he basically pooped on himself, took it out of his pants, dropped it on the floor, picked it up and put it in the toilet, but he didn't eat it. He claimed and stated the fact that he didn't eat it. That's important. So I'm just like,
I got all of it, but I zoned out on the eating part. So
yeah,
good thing.
Yeah.
All righty. Moving on.
Nope.
Jill?
Nope.
Boy?
Yep. You're gonna have another brother.
I don't want that brother, okay? I only want to go home.
But we can't determine what we have.
I said Jesus like that. Now what he's doing, okay? I said Jesus, give me a gold one. Okay?
But Jesus.
What is with all these kids that call their moms by their first names?
I don't understand. I think he's reenacting maybe his dad talking to his mom.
Maybe.
Like, God damn it, Peg. I just told you I didn't want to do this to that, Peg. Jesus. Can't you make me what I want for dinner, Peg? Come on.
It's just like Linda.
Right. I mean, and the kid means this shit. Look at his face.
Mm-hmm.
These kids are not, they're crazy. It's cute though. Yeah, one of my kids called me by my name one time. It only happened once. And I looked at him for a long period of time in a dead stare. And I said, "You don't call me that." They've never done it since. So
That's like all of our kids have nicknames that we call them all the time, like it's their birth name. And when I call them by their real name, they stop and they're like, "What'd I do? I didn't do anything, I swear." They're like, "Don't do that. That sounds weird when you call me by my real name." I'm like, "Well."
the same thing with me. If anybody calls me Joseph,
Mhm.
I automatically kind of cower into myself thinking I did something wrong.
Well, it's like that one time I called you Joe and you were like, "No, that's weird coming from you. Don't do that."
It is. It is. Very, very weird.
Wanted you to have another brother because he thinks you're such a good big brother.
Oh my God!
I'm scared.
The puppy. The puppy's imitating the girl.
Emma. Her name is Molly. Every boss is a boss. You know that? Even the President of the United States has a boss.
Really?
You know that?
No.
You know who's the boss of the President of the United States?
Nobody. I'm not sure.
The American people are the boss of the President of the United States. The President of the United States works for us. Isn't that cool?
Yes.
No comment.
I want him to buy me a unicorn.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I have to agree. I'm just gonna say no comment. Let's see. She really said ew, and I said Molly. Thank God Molly's not in here. Good Lord.
Who's people?
Ants.
Ants aren't people. Ants are ants.
No, they're not. We are animals. Yeah. Humans are animals. Yeah. Right? Yeah.
But ants aren't people.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
No,
Yes, they are,
I'm
Mom.
pretty sure ants are ants and people are people.
No. I thought it was.
Are birds people?
Yeah.
Are zebras people?
Yeah. Every animal put costumes on them so they look like animals.
Okay, Mom, you're failing here.
Yep.
You need to fix this quick because this
People
could
are
lead to,
animals. Ants are insects. Those are different.
yes, we don't want 5 years down the road for somebody to be trying to marry a dog or something because they're people, you know what I mean? So yeah,
Right?
just saying. My dad wanted a boy, so I was nicknamed Joe. That turned to Josie. Not even close to my given name. I get it. I get it, Josie. I get it. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
But they're really people wearing costumes?
Yeah.
How could a big person be the size of an ant?
Because a big guy got a costume of Ant-Man and he turned it little so no one could see him.
So all the ants in the whole world are just people in costumes that turned into ants like Ant-Man did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more you know.
Say bye.
Bye, chicken nugget.
Let's go. Let's go.
Twinkle little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle little star, how I wonder what you are.
You're what?
I'm gorgeous.
You're my pretty girl.
No, I'm gorgeous.
You're gorgeous, Gwen. Are you sure?
Yeah! But I don't care. I don't care. I do love you. But I do love you. But I don't. I love mommy, but I don't care.
Can you say daddy?
Well, she didn't get her popsicle. Shit.
Nope.
Damn. I don't care. I don't care. I don't love you. I don't care.
But I love you. But I don't
That's it.
care.
Right. That's all there is to it. Good Lord.
Bob.
No, say daddy.
Bob.
Say daddy. Can you say daddy?
Bob.
Oh.
1, 2. Oh, that turned to 3. I turned to 2. Yay, I want to get married to Gio. I would not. I'll kiss you. I'll just go to work every day. I'll kiss you while you're working. And I would go to Cincinnati.
Oh, that explains it all.
I'm so happy.
You don't want to come here, dude. Don't want to come here. She's a little too young to be going that direction already.
Didn't she say his name was Joe?
Gio.
Oh, Gio.
Gio, not Joe. Not Joe. No, Joe.
I would have to go on a private plane. There's no such thing. Yeah? Your egg? I'll be the pilot. Mommy, thank you, Daddy.
You're welcome.
You're welcome, Bob.
This is my dream come true.
Yay. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Molly.
Happy new little family.
Why does she not look real happy about this?
Right?
This is my dream come true.
Yeah. And
It's like she's afraid
the
to smile.
girl's
or
name is
something.
Molly this time instead of the dog.
Yes, so far that's we got 2 Mollys. Again, thank God she's not in here. The dog's gonna puke on her. Probably.
Maybe it peed on her. That's why she's like, yeah.
So she's like, this is my dream come true. Yes, I believe you.
Family. Brad, how about you?
This is my worst nightmare.
Your hair is crazy today.
Oh, gosh.
Oh my God. This is the cutest. I swear to God, I gotta watch that again. She's adorable.
Your hair is crazy today.
Oh, gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Dog. I want hot dog. Get.
I got no wallet.
Did I miss something? Like, can you order food from the side of your house now?
No, but watch. It's
That's a new
cute.
one.
I want it. I gotta want it. I gotta want it. I gotta want it. I gotta want it.
It's like he's playing drive-through or
How do
something.
these kids know these things at such little ages? This is
I don't
crazy
know.
to me. I love it. That's the drive-through. Yes, the
Yep.
drive-through. And he forgot his wallet.
I see you.
Where are you going?
I'm running away.
Right away to where?
I don't know.
You don't know yet? You don't know where you're gonna go?
You didn't let me do anything, so I'm running away.
You're not even gonna give me a kiss? Love you.
Love you.
Have a good time. Be safe.
I will come back for a few days. Tomorrow I will. You can come with me if you want.
We're gonna run away together? What am I running away from?
I don't want it. I just want you and Daddy to come with me so we can go. I don't know. I'm gonna be back tomorrow.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm going for real.
Okay.
Aren't you going to stop me, Mom?
Right. That's why she's got the little pouty face.
Right. This is funny because this, from what I've seen, I could see Cassie's little one giving her a hard time like this. I really could. Anytime, Mom.
What do you want? And what do you want Mommy to do?
Go downstairs and wait.
Why?
Because I don't like you anymore.
Z, what did you think of your first roller coaster?
Ridiculous!
Did you have fun?
No!
What was wrong with
What
the
about
ride?
you, Cam?
I was too scared and it flipped over.
How about you,
I
Derek?
like it. It was so fun. Yes, fun. It was too dangerous because we almost fell out and we were on the side. So yummy.
What's
A
yummy?
little over dramatic.
Yummy in my tummy.
What was yummy in your tummy?
Pizza.
Did you eat the middle out of our pizza?
When did that become a thing? Why every piece?
Yep.
That's insane. These kids are amazing.
What is wrong with you? What kind of kid are you? Whose son is this? What's wrong?
I want my head.
You want your what?
I want my head.
Where'd it go?
On your finger.
I'm keeping it, okay?
What?
I'll keep it forever.
No,
Why?
because I want it.
What do you want?
My head. I can't talk to anyone if I don't have my head.
So you want me to give your head back to you?
Yeah.
I'll keep it.
No.
All right, I'll give it back, okay?
Okay.
Here you go. What are you doing?
I'm gluing it.
Don't glue it.
You can't get it now.
What did you do, Brandon?
I shaved my hair.
Oh.
Why?
Because I don't have to wash my hair anymore.
That's a good theory there, bud. I've never thought of that. I don't want to wash it anymore. I'm going to shave it off.
Yep.
Wow.
Didn't explain the makeup.
Poor Alicia. No, it didn't. It didn't. I feel so bad for Alicia for some reason right now. I don't know why it just came to mind, but I just really do. Maybe because she has so many little ones there.
Right.
Probably why. I just envision all these things happening to her.
Yep.
And I want you all to make sure your chairs are scooted in stuff. Jared. Hello, Mr. Monty. Jared, get out of here. Why? Because I will shoot you with my butt.
Very dangerous children now. That's assault with a deadly weapon, in my opinion. Good God.
Pew!
He's happy.
What about the cow?
I can't believe it. Can't get pets off him.
What were you saying, bud?
I'm a Lyran.
You're a Ryland?
Yeah.
What are you?
I'm a Lyran. I'm a Lyran.
You're a Ryland?
Yeah. I'm a Lyran.
I think he's trying to say he's a lion.
You're a Ryland?
Yeah. I'm a Lyran.
You're a Ryland?
Yeah. I'm a Lyran.
You're a Ryland?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
All right, hold up here. Let's see. Where's the next? Oh, yeah, here's this other.
Yeah, when he said he was going to shoot him, I wasn't expecting him to say it with his butt.
Yeah, that was definitely cute. I will shoot you with my butt. Stay away from me.
Driving. Keys?
I'm not giving you my keys.
I never want to die my life. Everybody's gonna die. Everybody's gonna die in this fight.
You guys get a dog. What are you going to name it?
Menendez. Okay, yeah. Bye. We love you.
What Harvey say?
Cow poop.
What do you want to say?
Cow poop. I want to be a marshmallow.
What would you do if you were a marshmallow?
I would just wobble around.
You would what?
I would just wobble around.
Wobble around.
With joy.
What is your tattoo?
It's the quesadilla.
A what?
The quesadilla.
Tell me what you're doing right now at the dinner table.
I'm medifying.
Who are you, Brennan?
Yes, guys, when we're done here, I think we all need to medify too. Just saying.
Batman. No, he's not Batman. He's not Batman. He's not Batman. He's not. I'm Superman too.
Oh, you're Superman too?
Yeah, I'm Superman too. But you're not Batman. I'm Batman. So nice cream. Look, it's getting smaller. Isn't that so funny?
It is so funny.
But it's getting cuter. I don't want. It's not funny. It's not funny. Oh, I did it. Whoa.
Who's going to win?
Me.
But you cheat.
Yeah, so I'm gonna run.
Oh, I love you. Do you love Grandma?
I love Grandpa. And
What?
I love you.
Is it good?
He pecks, so.
So you'd name him what?
Pecker.
We can also get to know each other if you'd like.
Oh, please stop, please. I need to go wash my hands.
See, it's fun to build them like this.
No, it's not to play.
What do you mean? But I like to build them like this. It's fun.
No, what's that?
What happened?
I just broke a tooth.
How'd you break Kenzie's tooth?
Can you play lion?
You were trying to play lion.
Yeah.
And what did you do?
We just come in the toe and play lion. I just broke her tooth.
You broke her tooth.
Yeah. And I'm thankful for everybody is so happy that I'm very cute. And I'm thankful for everybody being so happy.
Explain to me again why you can't pick up the pillows.
I can't pick up the pillows because I got wiggly hands.
Your hands are too wiggly to pick up the pillows.
Yeah.
It's fun. Fun.
My daddy's working now. No, it's my dad. 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 It's both of our dads. Specific. Specific?
No.
Specific.
Specific?
Specific.
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 Hey,
I said
you got
it. Specific.
Your favorite animal?
A hippopotamus. I like them big. I like them chunky. This is not a famous golf player. That right there is Joe Biden. This is Joe Biden, all right?
What? Jack Nicholson is now Joe Biden. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Not Jack Nicholson, Jack Nicholas. My apologies.
But I did not understand your response. Here is the question again.
I don't know. I don't birds. Alexa, I'm not doing it ever.
What is that?
A cockroach.
A what?
A crotch roach.
Huh. Never heard him called that before.
All right, y'all. Well, we now know if you got crotch roaches, you got a problem. Jesus, that's brand new. That's hilarious. Be careful, Tomboy. Don't spend everything.
Hello, police. I'm there's a woman that won't take care of a child. The woman's going out. So bye. They're gonna take you to jail. Alexa, do storks really bring babies?
Here's something I found on the web. According to Eden.com, storks deliver babies, or at least they used to.
What the heck?
Say chiropractor.
Chiropractor.
Mommy goes to the chiropractor.
Hank, what are you reading?
I'd rather not think about it.
Uh-oh. At least it went to the full first and last name in capital letters on that one. Because Matt said technically crotch roach and cockroach are the same thing. And I hear her right now, Matthew Martin. You're grounded now, bro.
A Bible.
You're reading the Bible. Okay. What does the Bible say?
Jingle bells, jingle all way, our friend flew right from the horse open sleigh.
What did you just say?
Burger.
What about your booger?
I just ate it.
You just ate it?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you do that?
Because I like boogers. What are these?
Those are noodles.
Noodles! For what?
Sure.
And dinner?
Okay, guys, you're gonna have a little brother.
No! Yay!
It's a baby boy.
Tell me what you think about dinner.
Not very good.
What are you saying?
Trial.
Squirrel.
No, trial.
Squirrel.
Trial.
She's sick.
Yeah.
What does she have?
The diarrhea.
Oh no.
Farting now we live. I like to fart. I like to fart. I like to fart. Apples.
What about the apples?
I don't like them in my applesauce. She's always annoying me. Yeah, she's always annoying me when it's work time. Get out of here.
What kind of bread are you making?
I'm making banana bread.
Listen, what else does it have in it?
There's coconuts and peaches and almonds.
Banana nut bread.
When I tell you something, you won't be angry to me.
I'm not angry to you.
You need to say, it's okay.
I always do say it's okay.
But
Exactly,
if
Phil.
you be angry again, you won't get no presents from Santa. You need to say it's okay when I be bad. Is it raining?
It's not raining.
Oh, no. I have to go poo so badly.
Why are you doing that?
Because if there's someone right in your mouth, you can chew your teeth out to them. It hits them right in the nose and then they go off. Be happy. No, be happy. Be happy.
Where do we go when we die?
We go on a grape.
What's this? What's this?
Octopus.
Civilization. What's the real word? Civilization? Ollie, I'm going to call you on the phone. Hi.
Shut up.
Daddy broke it?
Yeah.
Daddy broke what?
My heart. You broke my heart.
I broke your heart?
Yeah.
How?
Yes.
What'd I do?
You said not me.
What are you looking for, Landon?
Hey, Mo. I got food for you. Are you gonna come out again? Because I saw Mo. See? It's way down in there, but you can't see it, but I can. Because kids can see very seriously.
Microorganisms.
Yeah.
Can you say that word?
Yeah. Microorganisms.
Good job. Yeah. Look at that word.
Sigh. It doesn't sound right.
I'm sorry if that's what the words are.
Yeah, you should try the new books.
Are you trying to create a voice profile for a child?
I'm a kid, actually. Well, I'm a boy, kid.
Tell me, what you want me to do?
I want you to take my fiddle so I can whistle you and play you up. Do it.
So you want me to take your shirt off so you can fight me?
Yeah.
Would you rather lick the bottom of your shoe or eat your own booger?
Eat my own burger because I eat them all the time.
You need to be a baby. I tell you what you do. No, you're a baby. You still a baby.
Where?
Yes.
Where?
Let go of the door. Let go of the door. Here.
Are you saying mommies and daddies don't eat treats?
Mommy and daddies eat lunch, but kids eat candy.
What do you want to say to your 20-year-old self?
I should rock out.
Just rock out? Yeah, that's pretty good advice.
I know how to be good, but people just be mean to me. And they don't know how to be good. They tell me to be bad. They try to get me in trouble. and I'm trying to get them to be good, and they trying to get me in trouble.
What does a giraffe say? Stop. Yeah, that's your spit on my phone. Gross.
No, it's so pretty.
It's so pretty.
What is going on?
Mouse.
Is that another tube?
You mouth the
It's a monkey too.
You say hi to the fish?
No. What's that? I'll eat it.
If you got sketches on, get out of my face,
What did you like about your dinner tonight?
Nothing.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Why do you look like a Smurf? Daniel! Why do you look like a Smurf?
Go! Oh boy. What did he get
Yeah.
into?
I don't know. It briefly showed it, but I couldn't see what it was.
Was it dye?
Paint, maybe?
Smurf! Daniel! Why do you look like a Smurf? What did you like about your dinner tonight?
Nothing.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
It looks like some kind of paint.
Like a Smurf. Daniel! Why do you look like a Smurf?
Go Yankees!
No. Go Red Sox.
Go Yankees!
No, go Red Sox.
No way! Go Yankees!
No, you're not. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rick. That's hot.
It's hot?
It's hot.
Blow it out.
Blow.
Happy birthday!
What is that?
Her name is Mrs. Fluffy Butt?
Yeah.
Is there a Mr.?
Oh, he's over there.
Can you show me him?
You come with me. He's up here.
What is Mr. Fluffy Butt doing?
He's coming down the landing.
Get your blankets out of my room.
Let's look again.
Are those tulips?
No, 9 lips.
They're 9 lips? Why are they 9 lips?
Because look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I missed a piece.
Count them up.
1, 2, 3, 5 plus 5 is 10, 11, 12, 13.
How much money you got?
13. Owl, come down. Owl, come down.
We're afraid of the lion.
This is the blue owl.
Stepping on the cracks.
Yeah. We're gonna die. TV. 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 Where do babies come from?
Please tell me they're not playing Cards with Humanity. Cards Against Humanity.
Kind of looks like it.
Don't it? Oh, good God, no.
This kid is too much. So he was making himself a corn dog, but he said there's ice up here, so he had to go get his blower to blow it off.
It's not working.
What does it mean to fly so low?
Like there's only one person. Like there's only one person in an airplane, He flies so close to, so close by the Atlantic Ocean. But she's not even touching it.
But she's so low.
Yeah, but she's so close to it.
What are you thankful for?
I'm thankful for the hokey pokey.
Are you thankful for anything else?
Yep.
What's that?
You put your right hand in, you put your right hand out, you put your right hand in, and you shake your arm about. You do the hokey pokey, and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
You're gonna be brave on this swing?
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
No screaming.
What are you doing?
I'm on karate mode.
How do you get to karate mode?
You push 1, and then you go to settings.
Well, you're so into the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that.
Things that we eat for birthday parties that have frosting on them that's so yummy. What are those called?
Bucket.
What are they?
Bucket.
Wait, what?
Bucket.
Butt cakes?
Butt
Bucket.
What bit me?
Buskitty.
Oh, what?
Buskitty.
You mean a mosquito?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your story? What do you need to tell me?
I went to the bathroom and pooped, then I flushed the toilet, then the poop went away, the big poop, but not the little poop that I flushed it so many times. Then I came over here and told you a question. I went back in there. Then there's some water coming out of the toilet.
Hey, how old are you? You need to sit.
Basically, she dropped a deuce and loaded the toilet up and backflowed it, right?
Yeah. I feel sorry for these kids when they grow up and find these on the internet.
100%. Yes. 100%. Hey, Brian.
I'm a Brian.
I'm done for the day.
I want you to put your period, please.
What is a pizza period?
A dot?
It's it.
I don't want to be sick.
Oh, I don't know.
Nope. Nope. That child would not be happy.
This is a bad number. I want to be 5 again.
Tell me what happened.
I poop.
What's diarrhea?
Diarrhea is what about you get in trouble?
Oh, is that what diarrhea is when you get in trouble?
Martial arts.
Martial arts are when you have a piece of paper or the painting thing or portrait. You take a marker and you draw a line down and a line in the middle. Then you draw the same thing, but you draw it with different colors.
That's martial arts?
Yes.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Yeah.
I don't even know what she was trying to refer to.
No idea with that one. No idea.
Yeah.
Doctor.
What kind of doctor?
A baby doctor.
Hi, you
You know
Kate.
what a baby doctor is called?
Mm-mm.
A pediatrician.
A pediatrician.
Why do you look weird?
I do not want it out. I do not want it out.
What's wrong?
My hair lost.
Your hair is lost. Why is your hair lost?
I can't find it.
Ready or not, here I come. I found you.
That was too cute.
Yeah.
All right, guys. That's gonna do it for today. I hope that brought a little smile to somebody's face.
Don't
Anyway,
say that, Brian.
what did he say? Oh, quit it. No more storms. I don't want them. Anyway, thank you for joining me, Mama Bear. I appreciate you as always, and everybody else in here as well. Thank y'all so very much. Hope you guys have a great day. And what is today? Thursday. I might see you guys later on. Mods, if you guys ain't busy, jump in the voice, please, afterwards. If you are, no worries. Other than that, guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and we will see you very soon.
Bye,
everybody.
guys. I'll see you later.
Bye, Mama Bear.
Bye, Joe.
Bye.
Bye, Dago.
Bye, Shannon.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share, our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.